Hello. Hey, hey. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Mm. Hi, Brian. I'm playing Jedi Outcast in VR and just got the lightsaber. Oh, lightsaber. Also, why is there a pet going on but I don't see anything? I mean, don't know what happened. Is it the follow or anything? Nothing shows on my activity feed. I don't know. But, wait. I see. Oh my god, 24 months. That's... Shit, I think that's like more than... It's more than my fingers. Thank you, Brian. 2 years, oh my god. Huge appreciate, and it's Prime too. You know that there's something special about using Prime to sub to a channel. To me personally, like I know because like you can only choose one for the Prime, and then it's like I got chosen out of all the streamers out there. It's like, you know, it's like really, it's like it's a huge honor to me personally. So that's why extra special. Hi Sandy. I like the fingies. You like the fingies? I have 4 of them. Hello. Hey. Hope you are doing good. I had light breakfast. Yeah, like I mentioned, I've been eating too much for the past few months actually. I've been eating a little bit too much, so like breakfast for the past for like for as much as I can. I don't want to eat too heavy these days. I actually feel like my body is like a burden now. Well, not like a burden. It's like whenever I eat something, it starts to feel very tiring. You know what I mean? So yeah. Oh, look at that Kobo. Nolia the Kobo? Is there another Kobo that I didn't know about? Well, time to check them out. Nolia the Kobold. Wait, that's a 2-colored Kobold? Wait, that's a really cool hacking Kobold though. And the snoot bounces too. No question asked, followed. $8 total over the years. Yeah, I mean that helps so much. Thank you. Don't go spending it all in one place. I probably will, to pay off the things that I need to pay off of. You know, sometimes I feel like it's a little bit tough for me since I didn't really continue my dad's legacy of being a mechanic. I just don't like that. I might have a bit of a... I'm really afraid of being of getting myself dirty, unless it's a different kind of dirty. But like doing mechanic kind of dirty, that one, I just really don't like it, right? So that's why I didn't continue my dad's legacy, but also because my dad my dad actually, I mean, obviously, and of course, you know, in this kind of society, there's gonna be a lot of loans and shit, you know, the house loans, car loans and stuff. So because of all these and that sudden passing, that's why I have like a lot of things I need to pay off of, because it's all suddenly passed down to me, and now since I didn't continue my dad's legacy, like I didn't, so yeah, I'm almost like on my own here, trying to pay off the house and car loans and stuff. So Yeah, I mean, I find it kind of tough, but eventually when the loans and everything is getting paid off, then I won't be so stressed out, I feel like. But then again, it's this society. Money speaks volumes, so yeah, it's a little bit tough. I still enjoy being here. I'm still not gonna treat this as my I'm still not gonna like treat this as me sitting here working. No, I'm not. I'm actually being here is like spend time here. It's like the best thing ever. And then like having audience and having being able to interact with people and stuff like that. I think it's a huge blessing in general, right? It's a huge blessing that I'm able to do this sitting here and miraculously earn some income that I can pay off stuff with. So yeah. It's a huge blessing. I'm not even going to downplay this. Autism? Maybe I do have it. I'm just undiagnosed. I just have like a huge sneaking suspicion that I'm autistic, I'm ADHD. But then again, it's like undiagnosed. I'm not gonna go to like a therapy and get diagnosed for it. I mean, it would be nice if I can, but definitely not these years. Just don't think I can. Same reason I prefer tender over wings. Can eat them with knife and fork. Oh. Oh my god, early raid! Hello. Welcome, Kobo Go, Kobo friend. Foxy the Fox, hey. Yip raid? I've been yip raided. That's one early raid. Welcome. What were you playing? Are you playing Apex Legends? Overwatch 2? Yeah. How was it? Did you get any win? I mean, I don't know much about Overwatch since I never played them. But I hope it was fun. Thanks for the raid. It's so early too. And I hope everyone from the raid is doing good. Welcome. Also, I'm still waking up. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games and I love Dragon Stupids. And I do art on some Mondays. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. I'm gonna be building a bunch of vehicles today, so Eat fun? Nice. Good to know. If eat fun, eat good. Eat fun, eat good. Anyway, let me where's the thing? Oh. Oh god, I still haven't I haven't opened Steam yet. Alright, give me a second. Yeah. You think I'm prepared? No, I'm not. I am never prepared. Oh, nice, it's open. Okay. Now I can become small and play the gum. So I guess today our goal is to upgrade our scorable. To enhance our scorable to make it tournament viable. I mean, it's already tournament viable, just not good enough, you know what I mean? I want to see how much wang danglage that I can have in for the Scorpio, for the scorable mobile. What game is that? Screwdriver? It's a game where you create your own vehicles and compete with with like careers and stuff, like campaigns. Yeah. And I started playing this yesterday. made two major vehicle with a lot of wang dangling. Also, I have my juice box here. Nice lemon tea. Oh my god, 9% only? Is the game expensive? I assume you're talking about the pricing instead of like how huge the game is. The game is free. Yeah. Game's free. As for expensive, I mean, to me the game is very expensive as well, right? Considering that you can create your own vehicles and then compete with them. I think that on its own is already like pretty, you know, expensive. So yeah, it is free. I'm not lying. There, I can even help you check store page. Free. Free. Eat good gum. Alright, so we have Kobo and small become big. I actually forgot what I wanted to do yesterday. We have some good speed going on, I think. Yeah, I don't know about this spike still. So, a lot of people know what is wrong with my vehicle, but me, I just want to make the vehicle as big as possible. That's my goal. I like big vehicles. I think this one beam is not... Yeah, this one is not. There we go. And I think this is unneeded as well. Oh, hi Nexus. Welcome, Dragon. Objective of the game: make vehicles and compete with NPC career, make money, create more better vehicles. Essentially. I actually don't know if that is helping or not. They seem to be like... Does this help or does it not help? Oh, it definitely helps, okay. Nah. There we go. Do you not have face capacitor? Where did all my capacitor go? Do I have money? I have 3 coins. Oh my god. Awesome, hi. There's an update coming out sometime next week and I think it's the estimate. If at another island, some build more updates. Oh god, more updates on building? I couldn't wait to build more. I just started playing this game. I need more I need more wing danglage. Up here. Wing danglage. Are we gonna need more spins and stuff? I mean, I have more stuff that I can put. I could put more weight for some reason, but I don't wanna. I mean, sure, I still have a bunch of connectors and stuff, but I'm probably gonna use this vehicle and make some... Oh my god, it's level dragon! Look at this Kobo dutifully building away. Yeah! Look at what I have! I have a scorpion, yeah, scoreable. Look at it. It's perfect. See, I can even go for a test drive. And it steers so nicely too, look at that. And then you can advertise stuff on top too. It is so stable beyond belief. Look at that. Oh my god. It's so good. See, you can advertise things on top with the wing danglage on top. It's good. Yeah, it is actually so stable. I am so surprised when the vehicle was working at first. I was like, what the fuck? There is no way this is actually working. But then it is working, so I'm not really gonna complain. Yeah, it spins, it's so good. Mobile palm tree, so good. Unlike my mental health. No, Brian. I will make your mental health stable, but I don't know how. Hopefully the Kobo being here is enough. So thing is, I think we need to unlock more stuff so that we can play with more stuff. But problem is that the vehicle is too heavy. It's fucking 500 kilograms. Half a ton, by the way. Setengah ton siapa boys lah. Right, it's like so fucking heavy that there's like an uphill on the race that I tried yesterday. My Scorpion cannot go through the hill, so it's a bit of a problem, isn't it? And that's why we have some of the unnamed stuff come in. You only bronze unlock stuff? You got this? I only need bronze? You know what? Let me see what can I do here. What if I'm envisioning a Kobo having a vision here, okay? Let's see, if I make the chases, or like the body of the vehicle up, right, and then the body up, and then the wheels will go like down. So here the wheel stays, it's just the body moves up and everything goes above as well. I want to make things explode. Or maybe I just need more power. Or maybe I just need more wheels. You know, why am I overthinking this? I just need more wheels. Right? I just need more wheels. Oh, what else do I need? Alright. Look at this. This is easy. More wheels. Kobo vision, dangerous. That I know, right? That's why I'm so dangerous. So I probably need to like remove these. I'll think of a way to like. What if I use beams then? Like if I use connector and then connector, this one goes up. No. Okay, and then BEM. Oh wait, no. This doesn't work. Crap. I need the beam to face that way. This game actually has so much Kobo energy. That's why I love this game. I cannot stop playing yesterday, but because of badminton, I have to stop. And today there's no badminton. Nothing is stopping me from playing this game. How do I make the BAM face? Yeah, this game is free, and that's why it's insane too. Alright, how do I make the beam face the other way? I just need this, right? Wait. No, oh! Why are you not green color? See, I still need to connect these though, because this is like the main connection. The extender doesn't work here, right? Because it's like stuck inside. Yeah, I think Levo, you would like this game too. Making your own vehicles? I want to see what Dragon can make. I remember playing Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I made a crab dragon vehicle sort of. That the vehicle drives sideways and it blows fire. For some reason. Look, I love building stuff like these. Like I don't like puzzles, but I like building things. I can go apeshit with my design. What's not to like about this game? Oh, wait, I have an idea. Oh my god, this might work. Oh, I need another 11. Why is 11 so expensive? I only have 2 gold. There's no fire yet, so you're telling me that I can unlock fire? Maybe we wait till Besiege collab for fire? I never played Besiege yet. Maybe I should play it after I'm done with this game, which is never. Okay, I need to think of an alternative. Alternative? What can I do? I mean, sure, I can use this one, but... I mean, alternative would be this. No, can you like... There we go. Hey, look, if it works, okay? And then we need suspension. Right, I need axle for this. Middle? How does it work again? Oh, that's not gonna connect to it, isn't it? Installing it now. Yes! Make vehicle. Can you go inside? Wait, you probably don't want to go inside, don't you? But... I mean, that means I can just put it, you know what? Just, yeah. The music doesn't fit to what I'm doing currently, but it's alright. The thing that logged in, then I'll play this game for sure was right when I started. I started where there was a patch note for added sound for breaking sound barrier. Breaking sound barrier? I need to know. I mean, more whales work, right? gonna be so stable. Do I need to make them steerable? No, I think only the front needs to be steerable. That's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm out of engine already. It's the same. Okay, we made some upgrades, so maybe it works. Well, not upgrade, but changes more like. Oh, I need to close the music for this. Alright, let's try our best. The highest speed I think I've seen someone hit with willpower is over 3000. I can barely hit 50. Combustion King. Yeah, rock and drift. My car doesn't work because my car is too thick. Alright, check out my sick ride. Oh, I didn't connect them. Oh, oops. Ah, sorry, I forgot to connect them. No, my mobile. I mean, it helps, but no, I don't wanna. No, it's not improvement. My Scorpion mobile must be its erected glory? No, those words sounds weird. Okay, just it's fine. Okay, how do I do this? I think that's connected, right? It's more or less connected. Okay, good shit. Let's do it. Let's do it again. Improvement. No. Okay, let's try again. Let's go scoreable. I don't know how this is actively trying to break my PC as well. There we go. It's connected. Go, Wang Dangling! Oh my god, it's perfect. It is so stable beyond belief. I'm so good! I just need to win against bronze, right? Ooh, tight. Yeah, this part I cannot go up. Go, wheels! Oh my god, wheels work! Let's go! Nice. Improvement. What? Ooh, this one's very tight. Next time I'll know. I'm actually so surprised how like my car can be so stable with all these on. Like for real, non-Kobo speaking. No, I hear bronze is coming. Alright, please make it work the second time. make it stable. Eight. Nice wheels. Actually works. No more getting stuck. Something flew off. I don't know what flew off. Hey, we got more things now. Money. Laser cut? Hinge connector. This part can be built onto an axis coming from an engine or a stepper motor. All parts which are then attached to this part will turn. Wait, is this what I need? It's what I want. Unlock the X rotation part. Let's use it to build something completely useless but funny. Oh my god, it is what I need. It's the best game ever. Everything we attach to this part now will rotate if you press WS. Yes! Oh my god, yes! Oh my god, it's my dream come true. Where do you want me to put it? Oh, okay. It's so elaborate. This car can only wobble, not drive. Oh my god. This car can only wobble, not drive. Thanks for the head up. Thanks for the head up. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. Well, I know what to do now. The doodads are working at peak efficiency. It's so good. Okay, what is your... You need to put on a connector. I mean, this one is spinning, right? So if I just put this here, and if I connect this, are you just gonna spin already? I feel you can spin just like this, right? Maybe? Only one way to find out. More wheels, more engines, more gears, more winning. I know, right? Oh, I think I know what's missing. I need... can I buy... Yeah, I can. Actually, no. You don't need that. I know one's missing here. Yeah, this one. The doodads are working at peak efficiency. I know. It's so good. But now we have this. Let's hope they spin very nicely. I'm so excited. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's my dream come true. I found it. This is the best thing ever. I cannot move my car well now, but it's so worth it. It is moving my car on its own. This is so good. Oh, ooh. I need more, I need more. With gears, I can probably make it spin faster. But it's gonna be really hard to make it now. I mean, I could add more beams. I want to add more beams. I have 19 coins. Probably don't need beams for now. I have a lot of axles. Wait, it needs... It needs to point up, right? Like, I need... Yeah, I need something like this, but there. There's something here? Oh, I've extended. Oh, wait! I know what to do! Device is operational? No, I mean, it is, but I need it to be at peak efficiency. So if I put this one and have this one, I can put the gear. Oh wait, I need another engine to power the... Oh, I know what to do, okay. Oh my god, huge brain. Right? But I'm gonna put the engine here. Oh my god. It's working. Oh, my Scorpo vehicle. I love my Scorpo vehicle. Not much I can add for now. I could add more weight. But I don't need more weight because my car is already at like what, 500 something? 600. Good enough. Alright, show me the power. Oh, that looks so good. I think it's spinning even more now with the gear on. I can hardly control my car, by the way. We need more money so that we can make more. I'm gonna go bully... Can I bully you again? Prince of Kia. I need money. Only 600 kilogram, nice and light. I know, right? We need more. At least a ton or something. You could use it to make gyro steering. What's a gyro steering? Alright, give me all your fucking money. I'm I'm cheating. Oh, it's why are you suddenly out of control? Why can you only steer one side? What's going on? What changed? What changed? Why can I not drive all of a sudden, huh? Oh, wait, go back to garage. Why? Why is it suddenly not able to? What changed? What changed? What changed? It was working fine. You were working for Hi Lord Tavish. It was working. What changed? I cannot turn anymore. No, why? Hope you're doing good, Tavish. Welcome. Alright, let me... We need a fix. And we need it quick. Could it be this thing is like messing with the... Tavish is stinky? Yeah. Did I actually mess with... Let me try. No way. That one is messing with this... Huh? But why? Is it because you need to face the other way? Oh, you cannot face. Oh, right. You're too thick. I guess you can face that way. I don't know if that changes anything, but it's fine, I guess. I think it's becoming angry because the model isn't attached to anything rigid. Oh, it needs that? Well, I guess I can fix that. But if I attach it to anything rigid, it's gonna make the rest of the thing rigid as well, no? Because essentially this part is also spinning with... Okay, what if I change this? Instead, we're gonna connect it from below. Oh god. No, I need more. Actually, I don't need this. Yeah. I mean, I think that works. Could link it to part of the spinning part too. Spinning part? Wait, let me try this one first. This might work, but I don't know. Uh-oh. The scorpion is angry. What's going on? Why are you like this? Is it spinning too fast? There's no such thing as spinning too fast, come on. Okay, obviously we just need more weight here. Alright, we need more weight, so... How can I put weight? I need to attach it to something, right? Oh. I mean... At least this one is given. Oh, I can put it here? Oh my god, yes. Where else can I put it? You're gonna attach the nut of the motor to something rather than have it flow. But if I have more weight, the car is not gonna jump around, right? Hi, Devin. Beautiful cobalt. Are you winning against physics, Tiara? Trying to. Hi, Evie. Oh, this one is already a long one. No, I guess we don't want this. Instead, we want to make it even. There. It is now a whopping 750. 757 weight. Kilogram. Alright, please work. Whoa, 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 whoa. I mean... It's kind of working. Right? I couldn't complain. I mean, it's a wild one. I gotta tame it somehow. It kind of works. It actually kind of works. Also, I love how the hinge part is like spinning so fast. You notice how fast it's spinning? Oh shit. Okay. So you're telling me I need this to attach to something that's rigid, right? I mean, I can attach it to here. It's moving, I know. Oh, it needs to go up. It needs to go up though. I don't have any of these. How much do they cost? 12? Oh. I need to go bully Prince of Gear again. I hope you are doing good, Evie, and also Devin. Alright, Prince of Gear, give me your money. Check out my sick ride. Give me your fucking money. Alright, here we go. Whew, whew. Come on, you got this. Alright, turn that way, turn that way. Chill, chill. Alright, we good, we good. Alright, it's turning left, which is your... My mobile is so good at turning left. Oh. Come on, turn that way. Oh, it's a wild one. No. Do I get money still? Thanks for the... What? Oh my god, hell yeah. Just spoke to my doctor from HRT review. Estrogen levels are 275. Close to the trend target. So I got to choose if I go up or not in dosage. I chose to go up. I mean, I would choose to go up too. Sounds good, sounds good. Alright, now we can make our dreams come true. Oh, I need one more. There we go. There. That works. I mean, maximum 4 times tablet a day now. Ooh, alright, alright. So long as you're feeling okay, you know, not overdose, then yeah, hell yeah. Epic idea, you can bind the model to A and D to make it turn you to the direction you're steering. Oh, you mean... this one? Probably? A Kobo not great vehicles, no Kobo SVGX? What? New power unlocked? Man, I also want to, like, someday I do want to go to, someday I want to go through HRT as well. It is definitely one of the things that's my goal. Someday. Oh my god! Wait, it is kind of working, but it's not spinning now. It's not spinning because the engine is not rigid. I don't need to make the engine rigid, come on. I don't want it. I need it to spin. Want the MP to answer any questions he has on it all. Gosh, thank you, Evie. Yes! Oh, wait, it's kind of working though. No. Wait, oh my god, it spins too good. It turns too good. Wait, it's so good at turning, it's insane. What the fuck? There's no way. Wait, it's so good. You're a wizard. You're a wizard, awesome. actual wizard. Holy shit. How the fuck? Oh my god. Genius. I would say it's quite painful around the 3 months mark, and it becomes nerve pain, so not a lot of painkillers stop it, just as the chest reconfigures itself to have boobs. Oh, okay, okay. So 3 months mark, it's gonna hurt to reconfigure the insides, right? Sort of. Is someone good at engineering? Awesome. Only lasts for like 2 weeks though. Ah. Okay, now we're gonna win against the Prince of Gear now with my newly mystic art of things spins one way, you spin the other way. Actual wizard. I don't even know how that works. All right, time to beat him. It's been so strong, man. This is actual wizardry. It controls so well, it's crazy. Woo! Uh-oh. Well, I mean... I can bring it back, right? No, 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 no. My car is bigger. Oh. Oh, thanks for the money. Let me try again. I want more money. Okay, be careful, be careful. Okay, turning right is mega strong for some reason. What? What? Yeah, turning right is like mega strong. Look at it. Spin. Let's go. It's so good. Oh shit. Well, I got some money. I guess we can try to unlock more parts using this one. This is Race Between the Rocks. Race Between the Rocks? Is it gonna be bad? I get gear big? Big gear? Only other pain I've had is the ball shrinkage. That's not often though. Honestly, these are like good to know. Prepares me mentally. Uh-oh, what's going on? Oh, okay. Oh, they're going the short way. Oh. Oh, rock. I think this one is just like proper speed. Yeah, this one feels like just proper speed test. Oh, it's going out of control. Chill, chill, chill. Spin. How do I increase top speed? I mean, I know like it's by using gears and such, but I don't know how to exactly apply them. Oh my god, that's one lap. Okay, wait, let's go building. We need more top speed, and we need more speed for this score bomobile. Not many mention the pain side of it. I feel that's kind of important. Yeah, I mean, I get that going through HRT is like what I wanted and a dream of mine, honestly, but not knowing the pain side of it while going through it does kind of feel a little bit scary, but now, it's of course this for every bit of a pain I've had so far. Only thing I'll say that's scary is the days of emotional stuff. You feel things so much more when on E? Fair enough, yeah, fair enough, I guess. It's so worth it. Just gonna remember it's 10 years plus of puberty again, compressed down to 5 years or so. Good old second puberty. Would gear on here help? I need more gear. Oh, I need to be... That's a bit of a problem. Oh wait, no. Oh, I don't need this. Wait, I need this. Wait, do I? Wait, I'm so confused. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I need. Yeah, okay. Some parts of my head stay at 40 degrees already and it's still winter? Oh, it's winter in like the South Hemisphere, right? Around Australia? I mean, over here it's like eternal summer. Eternal summer over here. I mean, I guess that's one way of doing it. I just need more money to buy. Yeah, I need to farm money real quick. Alright, time to farm more money. For a few more days, spring's on Sunday. But 40 degrees on the winter? That's crazy. Why is it everything... Why is it... No, my spinach! Oh, my spin is not as good now. A lot of noise was going on. What's going on? Why is it jumping like crazy? Why is there so many noises? Thanks for the money. Why did it suddenly not connect? Is it because of the gear? A lot of high temperature records broken over Australia this year, to be honest. That does sound kinda scary. Oh, it's not connected anymore. There's one hole that I can connect to, but it's like very far away. Hell yeah. Alright, this is very connected, very nice. I still need more money to buy engines and stuff. I need engine to power this one so that it can maybe run faster? I actually don't know how top speed works and stuff, so it's a little bit hard. But it should be a little bit more stabilized. Alright, let's farm this guy again. There we go, stable. Oh, hell yeah. Oh. I'm stuck. Are you too heavy? Might be too heavy. Oh no, are you too heavy? Yeah, you might be too heavy over there. No big deal, I just need the money. Oh, milk. Hi, Jake. Oh. Oh, something happened. Okay, we got money. We need more money. We need to buy a bunch of more. We need to buy a bunch of engines and stuff. Nice too. Oh. The right turn is so strong for some reason. Oh my god, personal best? One more time. Each engine is like 60 gold or 60 gems. Something fell off. The whole thing's falling off. Oh, personal best plus 0? Wait, that's crazy though. The same time? Nice. Also hope you're doing good, Jake. Welcome. Okay, now we can buy 2 engine. I'm doing fine. Nice, good to know. I guess it needs to be connected to somewhere, right? What do you mean hold control to buy more parts? You know, just need to do that again. $21? Why is it so expensive? I need more money. And Jade some chocolate. I think Jade may need some hugs. Oh yeah, I never got gold on this one. Is it possible to get gold now? Yo? Gold's too fast. Oh my god, look at the tight turn. No way? Oh shit? Oh my god, hell yeah! I got gold! That tight turn is so... It's so clutch, it's so good. Nice. The spin turn is like, can really make... Look at this! The turns are so tight, what the fuck? It's so good. Man, actual wizardry right here. Oh. I need some ice cold water is what I need. I mean, ice cold water does sound pretty important, yeah. Oh, is there no water over there? Oh god. Oops, I accidentally buy one more engine. It's okay. Always have a use for it. Oh, I cannot do that. Wait, unless I can? I need a tree. This one. Hey. I mean, it is a lot faster now, I guess. If we could somehow, like, make these things, like, empower them with engine as well, that would be great. But for now, I feel like the car itself is actually very well balanced. As crazy as this sounds, as much of a behemoth as this is, it has some really good steering, some, well, speed is a bit slow. But like, holy shit, you know? Keeping together. I know, it's so good. Why is it so soft? Oh, XY? Oh, hell yeah. Without duct tape, it's all the power. It's the power of connectors and connectors and axles, I guess. Okay, what else do we have? Downhill adventure. A gear, big winglet, and laser cut. Can I kidnap Jade with duct tape? It will hurt. Floof and duct tape do not mix. Oh yeah, true. Maybe with ropes instead? God, I love ropes. I mean, yeah. Let me try downhill adventure. It's a different type of kidnapping. Are you sure? Oh, hell yeah. Oh shit. Things are attached. I need to get at least bronze. Where am I going? Where am I going? Oh, come on, that was not obvious. I mean, I still needed to go there anyway. Oh. Oh. Did I get money still? I do! Okay. I don't understand why does the wing spin? The wings spin to provide more turning somehow. And it does work. It's pure magic. It's pure wizardry. Oh shit! Oh, backflip. Oh, flip out. My car's too heavy. It's almost a ton. Ow. I can get bronze. I can get bronze. I just need to be careful. At least I'm getting money out of this. Alright, let's try. I can put my engine on things. That's not... but the game says yes. Oh, that's perfect. My Scorpion Mobile, you're making me so proud! Alright, careful, careful, careful. Oh, flip up, flip up. I spoke too soon, but it's okay. Maybe silver? Yo! Oh my god, easy! Look at silver! Alright, we have a bunch of money. Electrics. This electric engine provides the same top speed as a smaller one, but it has about twice as much power. Using it with some gearing makes for an excellent powertrain. New engine? Wide carriage tire. This carriage wheel is quite small and fragile and offers few grip on all surfaces. That's not good. Bigger axis. Handle. I got a new engine? How does it even work? Oh, oops. Using of some gearing makes for an excellent powertrain, so it's gonna have more the same top speed, but with the gear it could be strong. How does it even work? How much do it cost? 155? Is the engine not helping again? I don't understand why does the engine not help? Like, this is way faster now, but with engine it's a lot slower. Uh-oh, there's Tiger lurking nearby. It's okay, I know Tiger doesn't eat kobolds. Hi Tiger, welcome. But why though? I don't understand. I'm keeping it. Maybe it does help. I just... What if I put engine over here as well? What's gonna happen? Whoa. Huh? Wait, why does it help? So am I supposed to put more engine there? Ooh, huh? I mean, I don't understand, but okay. Is it gonna be a lot faster? Speaking of friends and friendly people. Oh! I don't eat friends or friendly people? Nice. It's not spinning well again somehow. Is it too many engines down there? Even driving, even reverse is so fast. How's the awesomeness Kobo tonight? I'm doing pretty okay. I had a really light breakfast. It like helps me. I feel like I ate too much lately, so yeah, having a light breakfast does help with. I'm not feeling too burdened. Is it like adding things here makes? Oh, it's angry because it doesn't like floating engine. Right, of course. I don't have more holes though. Light breakfast are better than dark breakfast anyway. Honestly, true. How much money do we have? Oh. 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 But why? Oh. Like this. Okay, okay. Oh. Thanks for helping. Kobo is ready to kidnap dizzy and unconscious. The song feels very... Yeah, it does. It's all Pokemon music. Maybe one too high. No, I'm out of money. Crap. It's okay. I mean, how bad it's gonna be, right? Oh, it's actually pretty stable again. Nice. Oh, the turn is not as tight now, though. Wait, no, never mind. It's very tight again. Whoa! Look at the right turn. 360? Easy. Another 360 for the fun of it. Why not? Okay. Alright, let's go farm for a little bit more money. We need... I guess I can try this one again. This one doesn't work because I need pure speed for this one. Look at the gear! Look at the amount of gear that everything has. I don't have that. I can try this one. For money again? Here. I love my scorpion mobile. So stable. Hey. Come on. No. Almost. Just more speed. Is it too heavy again? Might be too heavy again. I'm stuck. Okay, let's try again. Come on. No. Struggle. There we go. Oh, flip out. Something's making my car very jiggly. I mean, it's okay, I'm here for the money. Hey. My car is too big. Alright, come on. No! Struggle! Left, right, left, right. Left, right. Okay, go back. Eh? Oh no, my scorpion! Don't give up! God damn it. I need to play more screwdrivers later, it's really fun. But for now, eat time? Ooh! Have a good eat level. I'm glad you're enjoying screwdriver because I certainly am. Have a wonderful eat level. Come on. Not here again. Struggle. Struggle. Get up. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, there we go. It was having a little lurk. Lurk is always appreciated, honestly. It helps so much. It's okay, we got money. Okay. What? Oh, I got a new part. Thanks. Before I go, have you got any Discord server? Oh yeah, I do. Bro. I know it's called Forest Guardian's Homie Home because that's what my first character is. I went for like a forest cryptid to a kobold, so there you go. But yeah, I'm doing things manually there, so when you read the rules and such, and then I'll manually get the give the role for you. I was close to doing this. I just need a few more money actually. I need this. Wait, no, I need one. And then this one. And then this one. Done. No more wang dangling thing. I love how this thing is like spinning so fast. I kinda want longer wang dangle on top. Level. Oh, I see. Alright, I got you. There. Welcome to my Discord server. We have Dragon Simping Corner over here. I'm here and I exist. Yeah. I will spam dragon pictures when I can. But also, you know, I also announce my stream stuff sometimes. So yeah. Max speed is still at 57. I have the new engine though. Oh. Gosh, I love dragon pictures. I mean, yeah, me too. And I have a dragon in front of me. Oh. So, I need more money to buy this engine? It has more power. So you should be able to power the whole, power my beast of a mobile here. That must be it. So am I finally at the grinding part of the game? It is a free game. Win resistance 241. We also have this one, small become big. This one is like my experimental stuff. Like this one is where I try to understand a part, how it works. So I have this. This one's just like I love. This is my main. That is my main vehicle. Okay, I want to see how much this how much money this gives. So let's play this one. It's a really long race though, since it's like a speed test instead of like the turn and everything test. My PC's dying, help. I can feel it burning. Oh wait, I'm so fast? At least I'm winning against bronze. I didn't know my car speed is actually not bad. Oh goodness, I need 2 laps of this? Hey. I need to fix something. Something's weird. Alright. Mega speed? Oh, how did it get such good tire? My tire is like rubber tire and wooden tire. No, bronze is suddenly so fast. Alright, tight turns is my car's specialty. Look at that. Well, my vehicle's specialty is tight turns. Surprisingly, with this kind of stature. Alrighty, bedtime now. Have a good rest of stream. Thank you, Level. I will have a lot of fun, and I wish you a very nice evening too. Thank you. Oh, flip out. I turned too much. No. Yeah, still lost to bronze towards the end. Oh, there's not enough to buy like a better engine. It doesn't give as much. Okay, break the garage. We're gonna spam a few like money making things. I think Downhill Adventure is actually really nice. Love that emote. This dragon going bappin'. Bappin'. It's so cute. Oh, flip. No, flip. I could have turned too much at the start. Up heels is so detrimental for my vehicle because there's not enough power to power the whole thing. Oh, that doesn't work. Wait. It's okay. We're in it for the money. It's all good. There we go. Chill. How much? Still not enough. Oh god, I need to race so many times just to buy one engine? This is tough. What? Oh god, it's so bouncy, Is my weight not enough to counter the bounce? Oh, flip. Too much. No, something is making it lose control. Oh! I mean, 1 minute. Oh, that's not bad money. Okay, so 1 minute and then I get that money. It's actually not bad. Nice. Even more nice. Man, gold is so fast. Woo. No, my vehicle too big. Nice. Hi, Tiu. Oh my god, yippo. Oh, better good, Tiu. 155 for one engine, so 2 engine I need 310. 310. 310. Okay, maybe just one more. Hacking Kobo friend. All the yip. Oh yay! I'm flying! Hell yeah! Hey, it's okay. Just go. Just go. Why is cough medicine sweet and sour at the same time? I find most cough medicine is sweet though. Nice, we have some money. I think your car is a bit top heavy. It's alright. It works. I need more wang danglage though. Definitely need more wang danglage. Okay, let's make some updates. So we can change some engine. I think the first engine we're gonna change is probably the middle one here. I feel like this one is like the most important one. I may have made some earth. Oh my god, earth! And cobalt earth? I always love to look at cobalt earth. Oh, honestly, just earth in general. Two dragons for this little corner. Level is too nice. Sea of Thieves is having a PvP event this weekend, so I may be trying for my skeleton curse finally. Skeleton curse? Oh, like the skill of some sort? I mean, so long it sounds fun. What is this thing powering actually? This thing is not even powering anything. Yeah, it's just powering this axle for no reason. And what is this engine powering? The whole thing, I think. Oh, engine's powering this. Why are you spinning so fast and why are you spinning so slow? What is this? Is it because you don't have face capacity? Like, you don't have the capacitor? Oh! I mean, we have a bunch of engine here. Does this actually help? Oh, it does help. Oh, it does help. Okay. But what if I try? Oh, I mean, if I know this one is helping. DMG? Basically turn your partner into a skeleton? Let me see. Oh my god, it's a skeleton! It's a skeleton cobalt! I feel like anything that's Kobo is just so adorable. Yeah, anything that's Kobo is just adorable. I love kobolds. Definitely no bias right there. Definitely no bias. Anyway, let me try putting in some different engine here. But why? Oh, is it because of this one? Oh, it needs more space? Whoa. Here's the gear. Oh, I can buy a bigger wheel. I mean, I guess it does help with the wheel. Oh, it's a lot stronger. Okay, now it's the same. So I guess this one doesn't really help. Oh, it helps. Only this one? What? Okay, does it help or does it not help? I don't understand. So it says with the gear turning here, it does help speed things up as well? So I have 2 more engine. These are steerable. I could probably get more speed if I just like fuck around with this a little bit. How much might I have? 38. I mean, it's gonna be wang dangling if I keep it like that. But I could probably just connect it that way? Why does it just remind me of Lego Technic? A lot of people seem to connect this game with that. But since I never played it, so I have no idea. Hi, Akobor. Skeleton Pirate Bowl, eye patch and all. Yeah, I love that. It's so adorable. There. So now it's not wang dangling. I need more money again. So I cannot put capacitor for this one. So I hope you're doing good, Uncle Borb. Don't know if I said that already. I don't remember. It's slower. Wait, that makes it slow. What? I don't understand sometimes. Okay, don't put it. Don't put this one then. How do I make it faster? I mean, I probably need to like mess around with this one. Something's wrong here. Why is this one Is this like just like a... Is this a visual bug or is this real? This one is like mega fast. And then this one, they are both turning a different way. Did I mess up something somewhere? Is it like the placement of engine is important? I mean, they're facing the same way. Or is it this one? I mean, it does help a little bit. I honestly don't know if it's like a visual bug or something. Oh. How much money do I have? 5. I need the long one. I think I need 3, 4. I need 5. This one. So if I have 5, I can power this in the middle with one engine that can probably play with the gear mechanic. In the meantime, let me go farm for more money. More money. Let me pause the music for now. And then we're gonna go career. We're gonna spam this. Downhill Adventure is like the fastest map. About 1 minute. And then I can get a bunch of money. Feels like I always mess up that part. Alright, I changed engine. Now it feels like my car is like really fast. Or like the acceleration is like really good. Except when this is happening. Nice too. I got a better personal best. Yeah, about 1 minute. Goal time is less than 1 minute. Holy shit. Yeah, see, I can get money from playing this. About 60 per race. Which is actually really not bad. Yikey beaky. believe the wang dangling is actually helping me turn tight turns. Look at that. The wang dangling actually helps so much. Oh! Oh! No! Yaki beaky. Alright, it's okay. I'm only here for the money. It's alright. I need money so that I can upgrade my car. Hey. This is fine. Nice. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Okay, let's give it a few more races. And give it a few more races, get more money. Buy more stuff. Flip, flip, flip. Nice. It's a lot faster. Oh, wait, that's a lot faster. It's so close to beating gold too. About 3 seconds. Okay, let me see if I have enough items to like build the things that I want to build. Okay. So what I wanted was this part. More engine and more... This one... Wait, no. I think I need a 5. There we go. So that I can power both at once. I want to change these two. So I'm also gonna change this one back to the normal one. Nice. So I'm gonna try using this engine. Oh. Why? So what I think I need is I need a gear. I need a big gear here. Question mark? No. Small gear? No, how do I power this thing? Or is it already like powered by itself? Or do I need to touch this thing instead? No? No, right? Wait, maybe? Because it says it needs like a... Using it with some gearing makes for an excellent powertrain. So I'm assuming that I can use the gear to power this thing. Or like make it stronger. So what if I try this? Wait, I'm sure I don't think that's how it works. That's probably not how it works. but I don't I don't get it. I It's too far. Never mind that. Actually, I have another engine, right? Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, it's too close. Okay, 11 BIM, I think. And then I can sort of move this back. Oh, we got the meme music again. So it's a XY music, I didn't know. Actually, give me a second. I want to listen to this one again. Honestly, I feel like Hard Gold and Soul Silver is one of my favorite. Oh, it's wide. Wide. How wide is wide? 65? How is it so expensive than this one? How wide is wide? Oh, I can't even place it. Oh, it's a bigger whale. Oh, it's a bigger whale. Oh. It's a big... Oh. But I need two of them. Oh, I wanted to say that I sort of wasted 65 money, but actually I didn't. That looks dangerous. Oh no, this is probably gonna cause some problems, I feel like. You know, I just have a sneaking suspicion that this might cause some problem. But I cannot be sure. I think I still have my Poké Walker from Soul Silver. It's in a box somewhere. Oh. It's... yeah, I mean... they're already spinning when I'm not... cannot move. I'm stuck. I am mega stuck. I actually can. Oh! I can drive backwards? So... I have to drive backwards? Whoa. What do you mean? I can only drive backwards with this? Okay, I guess engine here is not a good idea. I mean... This is too close, but this one is like chunkier. Fine. Yeah, Soul Silver music is really fucking good. Oh, wait, I can put it. Oh. Oh, that's nice. Why can I think I just need to like move one. I mean, okay, I guess. Maybe. So if I want, I can still put stuff here. But for now, there's no need. It is slow. Oh. Is this like the main engine? You might be the main engine. So... oh god, it's too thick. Oh, the weight is blocking it. Whoa, holy shit. Whoa. That's huge? So does this actually... wait, they help. Okay. Yeah, okay, so they help a lot. And what else can I do? Probably gonna need more weight in front. Right? We're almost at 1 ton. 1 ton. So engine here doesn't actually help as much. I know. Honestly, I don't get how some of these is like spinning so fast and this one's not. And also like this one does it actually help? It does. It totally does. How about this one? I'm just gonna like test all the engine and stuff. It helps a tiny bit, but this one just... Wait, you are spinning way faster now. What? Is it because I'm spinning it the wrong way? Wait. It does matter, I think. That way? No, it's the same. So is engine there like redundant? Probably. Wait, no, they're spinning again. Wait, no, it helps. What? Huh? I mean, okay. I'm so confused. Oh, it helps. I will now proceed to meow at you angrily. I got meowed at. But why? I mean, it's okay, just meowing. When does bird meow? I guess this is the best I could do. For now, anyway. So there's one career drive that unlocks big gear, which is this one. If I can get bronze, I can get the big gear? I can give it a try, I guess. I'm part cat, so don't add me. Okay, fair enough. I mean, part cat? Yeah. I mean, even I'm not cat and I can meow. Just not as good as a purebred meower. Yeah, keep going back, keep going back. One of the wheels broken. It's so fast. I'm just trying to catch up. Hey, flip, 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 flip. Oh, yaki beaky. Why is the right turn so strong always? Oh, I remember right turn is very strong. Then this race we're gonna get money. Music is bumping. Purebred meower. Yeah, I said that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying purebred meower, right? Hey. I didn't mean to do that. That was a really tight turn. So is this one. Ooh. Yeah, I have to drive a lot better. It doesn't give as much money, this one. But does it mean that it's just a cat, or does it mean they meow when they get bred? Purebred meower. I mean, I guess a little bit of both? I don't know, don't add me. Oh, it's raining again. Wow, nice. What is the acceleration? That car just zoomed. Our goal is to beat bronze, so let's keep at it. Some take turns. We might be doing it. I want that turbo volt, whatever it is. Anything that is possible to make my vehicle explode, I want it. Yeah, we got it. But of course, don't like, you know, don't 膨胀. Oh, I lost a wheel. It's okay. We still have the wing dangle that helps. That helps turning. Come on. Nice too. Got him. Oh, that's a lot of money. Nice. That makes you a purebred yippee yipper then. Yeah. Yeah. Electric engine is much more power than the smaller ones, but this one has no slots for capacitors yet. Only available for Turbo Volt TX 200 and 300. Oh, 100 kilograms. Small downforce wing can be used to press your vehicle to the ground. The faster the wing moves through the air, the stronger your vehicle will be pressed onto the ground. It's placed as freely as possible without much part surrounding it, which disturbs the airflow. This will ensure high efficiency of the wing. Position your wing will be the point where your vehicle will be pressed to the ground. I don't understand. What? But I'm curious about that huge engine, though. $192. $192. Holy shit. It's a spoiler? What's a spoiler? I have my juice box of iced lemon tea. A thing that adds downforce to a vehicle? So it's a thing that makes my vehicle don't jump? Oh my god, wait. This is 10. This is 42! Holy shit, wait, what? It's so strong? I need to buy it. Okay, time to farm some money again. Oh. Oh! No, we just need downhill adventure for now. A lot of things was breaking. I don't exactly know what broke though. Man, I was so close. I was so close to beating gold. I think it's possible. That's a lot of money. Nice. I want to buy 2 of those engines, so I probably now need like 400 money. Yeah, 400. Oh, that was actually perfect. I turned too late? No. Oh my god, that was so close. Alright, 2 more races, and then we can get 400, and then we can get like a huge engine. 2 big engine. Oh, Yaki Piki. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Nope. Oh, that's not bad. Oh, I cannot do that. I have to slow down there. Yeah, I have to slow down there. Oh, I got 400. Alright, good. Nice. Let's do this. So I can buy 2 engines, like this one. Big. So now that I know that these 2, like this one is like the most important one. But they look different. How do I put it? Oh god. Oh no. Oh goodness me. Wait. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? How can I make it work? Yeah, because it's not this anymore? Oh no. I feel like I had to like stab it into like a stub or something. Shit. So essentially it's like I have to put sideways to power that particular axle so that it can move? Is that how it works? How does that work? Wait, how does this thing work? Oh, shit, I might need to re-understand this thing. Wait. Let's go to a unnamed one. How would I make that thing work? How does that thing work? I can only put it one way? Huh? You need axle in the middle? And you have 4 slots? Axle in the middle, 4 slots. What for? So can I just... No, it doesn't... Huh? Wait. What? Oh god. Wait. How? What? Yeah, what is this? Wait. Can you put it in the middle? Oh. So, huh? Oh, hi, baby. I'm so confused. Oh, baby. Have you seen my vehicle? More like Tira. I mean, N-I-T-T skid. Look. I have this, and it's so good. I love my Scorpion vehicle. And I'm trying to understand how the engine works. I just unlocked this huge thing. It's really strong, but I don't know how to make it work. So I need to stab axle in the middle? I mean, this will be easy to work, right? Like if I were to do this and then just like stab this one in the middle. That works. Oh. Does it actually help? Are you gonna wang dangle? These are some beautiful vehicles. Thank you, Bailey. I love those vehicles too. They're nice. Some may call this jank. Me, I call them treasures. Hee. Whoa. So it's actually helping a lot? But I kind of wish that I can control this one right here, this particular axle here. But because it's so compact here, it's kind of hard. I mean, I can go for a test drive and see how good that works. Ooh. Oh. Oh, it's so strong? I don't lose much speed. And the wang dangle helps so much with the extra speed too. I gain speed so fast. Wait, oh. Something's wang dangling in the front. What is that? Oh, is that the engine that's wang dangling? I just realized. Oh, it is the engine. Wait, what? How long has that been wang dangling? This one. This one. It needs to be connected to something. But all the holes are occupied. Occupied. Oh. 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 Wait a heckin' minute. I have an idea. How much money do I have? 17? Probably cannot make this work. But I can always try. So this one, and then goes down. Here, and then here. Oh wait! Oh my god! It's supposed to be this hole. Wait. We need extender? No. Okay, I mean, I guess this one works. Just connect it to one. This one just like connects here. I think that's fine. Or... Nah, that doesn't help. Yeah, that doesn't help. Okay. Just yeah, stab it there. Put the weight in. Hey. So hopefully it doesn't wang dangle anymore. I just realized. Something fell off. Oh, the weight fell off. Did I not connect it? It was... this one? Oh. Oh, it's not connected. Oh no. But I cannot... Huh? If I use this, I cannot extend it. I guess what I can do is use this one, like I did. Man. Maybe don't put them here then. Instead, we're gonna put them there. Oh wait, no, no space. Oh, it needs a lot more space than that. Wow. Oh. Maybe I don't need those weight. Maybe my vehicle is already like heavy enough. Right? Maybe I don't need the weights anymore. Maybe it works. I'm gonna give it a try. I mean, the weight's already at 1 ton, so... A ton? Literal... I mean, a car that weighs a ton. Oh, do we... Uh-oh. Something is not happy. Something is not happy. What? It has surprisingly good control. While cutie bears appeared. Oh, you mean Bailey? Hell yeah, Bailey's cute. I watched Bailey draw the Spiral last night. I was like, ooh, so good. And honestly, Spiral with sunglasses is always such a good pair. You won't need the weights if you get rid of the kite in the back. No, the kite is like the most important part. Look at that. The wang dangle helps me spin. Without the wang danglage, I cannot do tight turns. Like for real. I can prove. Here, let me disconnect. Let me disconnect the wang danglage here. Which one disconnect the wang danglage? Oh shit. Oh shit. There's so many things. Which one is the one that connects everything? I think if I were to connect like just remove one of these. Come on. Did it? Oh. Oh, something is wrong. I think I need to disable more. Is it not this one? This one connects to the engine, this one connects to the suspension, and then this one is the engine, connects to the valve. What connects to the scorpion tail? I don't get it. Oh my god, I made my own thing. I don't know how to... Really? Okay, at this point you're just gonna trust my word on it, Jade. You can believe me. You can believe. It's real. I'm not lying. everything does. Okay, just I mean, yeah, you're right. I somehow believe you. Oh wait, I know how to like not make it wang dangle. Just remove the wang dangling here. Then let me do some tight turns. It's not gonna work as good. Look at that. I can barely turn. I can barely turn. Why do you keep bouncing like that? Why do you keep bouncing? Yeah, it's very difficult. But if I add that back, it's not the spinning, it's the tail itself. This part has so much drag and weight. But if I don't have that, it's not a Kobo mobile anymore. Oh yeah, I forgot to change. I also changed this one. Forward is A, backward is D. So when I turn, it spins, which is kind of cool. Why is that spin like that? Are you not gonna spin properly now? There you go. You're kind of spinning now. Is there gonna be a Kobo mobile since it's made by you? But yeah, it doesn't exude the energy. I need to exude the energy. I need to exude the energy where people see this mobile and it's like, oh, Kobo. Okay, time to upgrade the wang dangle a little bit up here. Wait, this one is different. Why did I make this different? Is this why this one is not wang dangling as much? I used this one? And then connect it. And then connect it with... I have no money. It should tip over at first turn. But I'm so heavy though. Hi, malicious magpie. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's a bit of a wang danglage. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go fight someone. Fight someone? No. Let's go fight against Combustion King. Damn, that looks like a real car. It's okay, I got this. The Scorpion Mobile is gonna win. Check this out. Look at that, look at that. What? What? Okay. Oh my god, it's actually so close. Oh, flip. What is this? Yo! Oh my god! Alright, go back. I'm... No, I'm stuck! Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Too much acceleration. Oh, the last part is hard. The downhill is tough. If I drive carefully, I might be able to do this. So acceleration-wise, I have no problem. Speed-wise, I think I'm sort of slower, a tad bit slower than Monarch. Oh! It tips over very quickly. Come on. Okay, here comes the jump, right? So jump, we do it slowly. over here we can do it slowly. Hell yeah! Just gonna drive carefully. Oh, there's so much money. Nice! The chases of a combustion king. That's a lot of gears. You're just using gears all over, why? It's mine now, I guess. Laser cut though. Can I drive in water? Sure can. Sure can. Right, we actually beat the second monarch. Actually very surprised. You can drive challenges, but you cannot. You cannot purchase all the missing parts if you want to build the car. I don't need that. I have my own Scorpion mobile. There we go. Oh, Neria. Hello. Look, I upgraded a little bit of my Scorpion mobile. It now has the Wangdangle turn. I think someone in chat just now by the name of Awesome, I think. It came in the chat. It's like, oh hey, big brain. You could like add gear here, make them spin. I found the funny spin thing now, and then they told me to use this kind of method to make them spin. So when I do turn, now when I turn, they spin the other way. So I can sort of use the Wangdangle to get tight turns, and it works like a wizard. I feel like a wizard. I mean, not me, but they're a wizard. So yeah. And then I found this new engine. I mean, I don't know how else to use it other than putting it here. It kind of works, so I'm not even gonna complain. Not even gonna complain. And then got a bunch of gears here as well. Heck yeah, I got my Scorpion mobile, and this one I use this one to beat the second monarch. Oh my god, hi Muffin. And the boom. Hi Muffin. Oh my god, Dragon. I hope Dragon is doing good. I guess we can do career again. I mean, now that we're a lot faster, we can try Rock and Drift. We could maybe beat Silver. And climbs all over Muffin lazily. Oh, oh I wanna climb. I wanna crawl all around. I mean, if Jade has to climb, I have to crawl. I have to crawl around Muffin. That means Muffin big. I mean, you can imagine like a Kobo just crawling all around Dragon. And there are a lot of yipping noises going on. Yeah. Doing okay, how are you? Oh, nice. I'm doing pretty okay. I had a light breakfast and now I'm feeling much better. Go, my Scorpion mobile! Whoa! Why? Hey. Scorpion mobile. She's a wild one. It's hard to it's hard to contain her. No, I'm stuck. Wait, can I do this? There, okay. Oh, it's a very wild one. Get out some mountain climbing equipment. Oh, that would help. But again, I feel like my backpack should be enough. Oh, I'm stuck. What happened? Wang dangle. Wang danglage. Oh, they already reached the goal. What? Go, my new engine! Oh my god, my new engine is so strong. I think if I drive carefully, I might be able to win against Silver. I think. It might just be possible. Toss a rock up and lasso a horn. And then I'll climb on top of Muffin. I always have like this idea of like crawling over dragon as a kobold. I just think it's kind of adorable doing that. Oh, you know like a lizard, you know like a lizard would do, like crawling over places. Yeah, something like that. But a kobold to a dragon instead. Too much. Uh-oh. This stage is not made for Scorpion. No. Come on, don't give up. I'm stuck. Go, my new engine. I'm stuck again. Come on. No. Scorpion, don't give up. Don't give up. Wing Tangle to victory. Oh, maybe. Dang it. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, and so if I drive normally, or if I drive carefully, it might just work. Oh, this part is tough for my vehicle. Oh. Entirely possible, right? Non-flat roads, yeah. Just ask for upbeats, but I respect your tend to be a goober and climb. I love to climb all over dragon, yeah. I love how there's so many so many other people out there just calls me a goober. Maybe I am one. I think the term goober is just kinda cute. No, actually I think it's very cute. Goober. Wag. This is good. This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's all for the money. It's all good. Or at least trying to beat my own personal best. Oh yeah, that was almost perfect. Oh, okay. Still a chance, there's still a chance. Right, check this out. Yep. Oh, so close! So close. Stay to the left and it kind of works. Not like that, no! Don't give up! Wang dangle! Okay, fine. I'm going back down. Oh, hi numbers! Yeah, that kind of works. I was about to say, like, stay at the left side. Kinda helps. It's possible! It's possible! You're very much a goober. I feel like that is very apparent, at least with how you act on stream. But you know what's funny? I'm not acting on stream. This is actually who I am. I'm acting when I'm not streaming because I mean, this is as true to myself as possible. Because I don't I don't think I can joke around that much when I'm like not streaming, and I have to like because I have to like so critical all the time. So yeah, this is as me as you can get. and I actually much prefer to be this way. Hell yeah, much prefer to be this way. Also, I hope you're doing good numbers. Okay, very nice. I'm losing control. No. Ooh. Oh, losing control. It's a very wild one. She's a very wild one. too wild, too wild. Okay, there we go. Oh, nice. No. No. Oh, is it the weight in the middle? I think the weight in the middle sort of like messed up the thing. I think it might be. Nice. Oh, we have a bunch of shinies though. I believe that, I mean, act just like as in how you behave. Did we take play or something? Oh, yeah, it's all good. Don't worry about it. It's... it's all good. It's very good being with love, huh? Indubitably. I don't know what that word means, but I think that's good. Now you're the good bean. Also, my PC's dying from this. Okay, there we go. Maybe I can lower down a little bit more. Ooh, wait, the game run much faster. The game looks better without all those blooms and depth of field. Interesting. What? I like this car. Also milk. Milk good. Hey, we have a bunch of new things. I don't think I need these for now. I want to make this thing work, but I just don't know how. Thanks for the pet. And the book. Oh my god. Thank you, thank you. It's like yes without question or undoubtedly. Oh, it's like a, to my understanding, a mega yes. Something like that. It's so nice. Maybe I don't need weights anymore. Yeah. I feel like this is the most important engine. Well, sort of. But it's too compact here. I don't know how to like make them. Oh. Oh, I did that. I made the scorpion, right? Of course, I forgot. So this two is to. Oh, these two powers the gear. And the gear, the gear is making this spin faster? So if I change it to the bigger gear, is it gonna be like way faster? I have a bigger gear now. Power transmission. How big is this though? I'm pretty sure I cannot put it here. I need more space. What I think is... What are you connected to? Let me try something. Do I put you here? No? Okay, so I need something to power this thing. More book. I like book. Thank you. If I clear up the middle, this is gonna be a big change. You know what? Don't be afraid. Just remove everything. Yeah, don't be afraid. It's okay. I can remove everything. It's fine. Okay, we probably have to remove this one for now. We are relying on this one to... So I need engine here. But I don't think I can put two engine because it's too big. Unless I can sort of like make this place a little bit bigger. So before anything, let me try putting... I think I need a 4 or 5. Shit, I didn't mean to remove that. Like this? Yeah. And then I need... lend me this one. I don't have to buy a new one for now. Oh, it's not connected anymore. Yeah, this is what I'm afraid of. Yeah, Kiki. What if I do this though? So now the whole front is not connected. It's a bit of a problem. But also, yeah, this thing is like so chunky. It would be impossible to like put two of these together. Unless I remake the entire thing. You know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna keep it like this, as it is. But removing the weight, right? Okay, we're gonna keep this one. As much as I hate to say it, I need to create something new. Alright? Because it's too compact in the middle, and I think the main part of the vehicle is not really. But I want to make it work. I want my Scorpion to make it work. Like I want my Scorpion to like fly or explode or some shit. If I expand, I mean I have a lot of space to expand here, right? If I starting from here, I can expand. I can start from this beam, make it longer, so I can expand the whole front. Would maybe look more like a Scorpion actually. I think we can start from. Is that 7? I think we can buy an 11 and just expand this one. Right, so that's. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna remake this. All right, we're gonna make an overhaul. The whole front here, I'm gonna change it. It's gonna be a huge work, but I'm doing it for the Scorpion Mobile and I want to make it work. Alright, let's try our best. Thanks for the pen. Okay. So start by... I'm gonna keep the front for now, so that I have a general idea how I want things to be. So I want 2 big gears. We start from 2 big gears to control this thing. We need a lot more space in the middle so that we can have 2 engines. We start from connectors. Oh, do we start from connectors? I need... Oh, okay, so yeah, connectors. So beam like this is what I don't need actually. I want them to face the other way. Are those round thing on the front motor? This one? I mean, this one is like the big engine. They are. It's only I'm trying to like put this one here because it has more space, and it kind of helps, but the placement is so awkward. So I want to like change this entirely. It's very scary, but I'll try. That way the beam is gonna stay the same. What if I face that way? No? Middle needs to have a lot of space? No, maybe I need 13, not 11. I need... Oh, I even have a 15. Let's try 15. Is this... Oh, it's off center. That's good. Now we do the connector thing again. Right, this one. Oh wait, no. Oh god, the frame drops constantly. I don't like it. I think it's it relies on facing actually. No. And then we can try to connect this first. I mean, simply put, just like do this. So much happy. Thank you. No red, right? Okay, no red. Good. That's a good first step. Now we need... Oh wait, that's bad. I need 4, not 3. Because I need that one over there. So we need 4. So we can put the big gear here, right? At least like the basic of it would be like this. I'm trying to make it bare bones first before I try to like make it look cool. Is it working? Let me try removing all the engines here first. Oh, oh, that's mega fast. That's good, right? Okay, one more engine. We need one more big gear. We need another 4. Holy shit! Wait, that's good, right? It's so fast. It can go 100? Holy shit! Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. Whoa. That is, that got me speechless to get to 100 like that. Kobo less to gear ratio? I guess I try. Rookie numbers? For a rookie? For a rookie, it's astounding. So how do I make it look cool? I mean, this all kind of works here. I kind of want to make the... I want to make this thing move. So that it won't get stuck too much. So if I change this, is it gonna be way faster? Question mark? Oh, why are you so much shittier now? Oh, is it because I add these? Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess it's fine, right? As long as I don't get stuck because of the wheels here don't move. And I need to make them not wing dangle. Oh my god, hell yeah! I made it not wing dangle. Okay, I mean, I guess I'm learning. Right? Okay, we can do the same thing here. Hmm. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. I don't know why it's getting lower, but it's okay. Let me go for a test drive and see what can I add. The weight must be, yeah, it's a lot lower now. Alright, show me that 100. Oh, I see the problem. the thing in the middle is just wang dangling like crazy. Why? Have you been wang dangling this whole time? Maybe the problem is like not enough wang dangling. But because the middle is wang dangling so much that it's like bouncing everything, I feel like. As much as I love more wang dangling, I will add more wang dangling on top of here if I can. I'll probably like extend here and then make a second part of wang dangling. But that's afterwards. Oh, why are you wang dangling? What if I remove here? Yeah, what if I just like make you a wheel? It's significantly faster. More pet, thank you. Pet. The wang dangle. You think we need more wang dangle? You think we need a stronger wang dangle? We probably do, right? Why is the music suddenly so fucking soft? I changed to this one. Okay. I have a stronger engine. Yeah, it's the same because it's just the wang dangle on top. As much as I want to make a big gear here instead, you know what, it's easier. It's easier to make the bigger gear here, yeah. Essentially, I just need to make this like tree. Oh, is that it? Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, I need one more. Uh-oh. Oh wait, I'm stupid. Needs to be longer. Wait, no. I just need... my brain suddenly doesn't work. I think I just need this one. Yes! Mega wing tangle. Oh, I forgot to change the... Okay, there we go. Alright, show me the wing danglage. Whoa, wait. It's working? It's working quite well, actually. I mean, kind of. Make a helicopter at this point. I kind of want to. Like, what if I can fly? Yeah, what if I can fly? Oh shit! So I need to like extend this on to the front. Oh, if I extend it upwards, is it gonna like more wing danglage? I think if I keep going up, it should be fine. I think we might need weight in front again, because the back of the weight is too heavy. The center of mass should be, yeah, a lot behind. And then 2 here, I think. Viridia Town. Oh, you know this one? I mean, I do love Gen 5 music, hell yeah. Furriot? Furriot? Oh yeah, it's towards the front now, right? Maybe it needs a little bit more? I mean, sure, the engine is like super mega heavy. It's so fast, this one. It's supposed to be a ferry for torch. Oh, oops. A ferry for torch, huh? They are so much faster with this. If I remove that... Weird. I mean, that looks right to me. Let me remove this then. Yeah, that looks a lot faster. What happens if I do this? It doesn't seem to be touching. Oh, I need 2 small gears, of course. Is that huge brain? No, it's the smallest brain possible, actually. But why is it so much slower with that? Wait, huh? Oh, I mean, yeah, it just gets up a little bit. Wind resistance 250. The downforce, right? What if this one, winglet. Press your vehicle to the ground. The faster the wing moves through the air, the stronger your vehicle will be pressed onto the ground. That's so expensive. I'm not gonna buy you. I mean, it's probably gonna wing dangle here a lot. Guess we connect it to the front. Is it too low? Oh, it's just right, okay. Hey, I think I'm learning really fast. Or maybe really slow, I don't know. It should be a lot less wing danglage now, I think. Maybe it's not tall enough. I need to make it tall enough so that I can put the 11 beam there. It's still touching the ground, which is not ideal. Whoa! Oh my god! Whoa! Wait, it might actually work! Oh shit! Spin! Fly! Come on! My dream is so close! Come on! Oh my god! It's not fast enough! I need a huge engine right there, right now. How do I put a huge engine there? I think it needs too much space. Here, let me check. No. I just need one more space, right? Let me see if I can improvise this. Oh my god, hell yeah. I got it. Can I buy one more? No, I'm out of money. Okay, you know what? It's fine. We use this one and then we're gonna go get some money first. Although I still need to make it stop wing dangling, so... Are you the same? No, you're like one two higher. Wait, that should work. It's gonna be a lot slower, but we made an helicopter. We make a helicopter. Yeah, it's a lot slower, but it's okay. Check out this helicopter. No, is it spinning too fast that it's not working? It's spinning too fast. It's spinning too fast that it's not working anymore. Look at how fast that thing is spinning! It's going through the beam! The game doesn't want me to live my dream. Come on. It's spinning so fast. Oh man. Well, I guess we cannot use the huge engine on there. It's alright. There we go. And then... How about now? I mean, just now we almost got it flying. Whoa, wait. I'm kind of flying though. Oh my god. So stupid. Oh shit. Oh my god. I'm losing control. Okay, let's update the helicopter a little bit. We need it to go higher before we can put in the 11 beam. It's touching the ground and I don't want it. So let's get a few more, like 4 seconds? 4 or 5? Is this 5th gen's music? It seems to like play as well on the 6th gen just now. Oh, the center of mass is going back again. some point I'm probably gonna buy some more weight and then put it in front. Or maybe just put more engine that's like super heavy in front as well. That might just work. I'm gonna buy... How much money do I have? 12. Okay, how about we change this to 11? There we go. This might just work. This might just work. I might be making a helicopter. Hi, Metal. Sounds like Mystery Dungeon. This is like a farewell music from either 6th gen or 5th gen. But I'm currently at 5th gen, so I don't know. The song is supposed to be like so sad, but now I listen to it so much like a meme. It's just not sad anymore. Come on. Come on, spin! Oh, wait. Whoa, la, 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 la. Okay, so one problem with this music. It got copyright strike! This music has copyright strike now because of the meme. It's so stupid. Okay, there we go. Like legit, you cannot play that music on stream now. You would get muted. Come on, fly. Maybe the engine is too weak on this one. Let's change this one. I have a tad bit stronger one. Okay. And then now we change... Oh! Also, I don't know what this means. Like, my car is now C tier. Is my car that good? Probably not. It's just stupid. I like it. Kobo engineering. It's spinning so fast. Yo. Fly. Come on. I cannot take off. Maybe I need to reduce the weight. Let me remove the weights in front. I'm so going to regret this. How heavy are you? About a ton, okay. Oh my god, my car cannot handle this. It turns immediately. Oh, it's out of control. I cannot control my car anymore. Yeah, I need the weight. I definitely need the weight in front. Okay, I need more money. Alright, let's go look at some Korea. Oh, actually, let me free drive once more. Oh my god. Oh, oh, wait, wait, wait. Yo? Yo? Did I got it backward? Here, let me try again. What if I change A to D, D to A? Oh. Oh yeah, no, I can't. I cannot turn the other way now. Yeah, it's backwards. It's backwards. Yeah, but when I make it backwards, it spins quite nicely, though. See, now it just doesn't work again for some reason. Okay, as much as I hate it, let me try something different. I'm gonna try to not go up like this, but instead I'll try to go like horizontal using beam. I want to try it. Actually, no, get back. I need to let's duplicate this. Okay. Wait, oh. Nah, it's the same, it's fine. So, make it go horizontal only, huh? I need the connector to point up so that the beam can go horizontal. Right? I mean, then I don't need to change this one. It's already good enough. I actually think this is much better. But never try, never know. PC is so laggy from this. That means I'm doing something right. Oh my god, hi Ixon! Hi Draken. Okay, I would think. Also, Ixon, look! I have my Scorpo mobile. Hope you're doing good, Ixon. Does it do? Did you get those parts? Yes, I did! It's here, it's here. And I got the large gear to make it spin like crazy. I'm trying to make a helicopter. No. And I got a large gear, and I have like a huge engine down here as well. It's so good. I unlocked so many parts. I'm uploading my Scorpion. Yeah, I got the big boys. Okay, so this is my Scorpion with score. Oh, this one is B? Why is this one B? I left out my car weighed a ton. What?
I made it. Tikaka yip, tikaka yip, tikaka yip. It was 3 hours and they took 6 teeth. Touch sweat gonna lurk since I need to rest a bit. Touch's comfy.
Oh goodness. Man, 6 teeth. Oh. I do wish you a speedy recovery. And 6 teeth is a lot. But thanks for the 10 gems. Please rest well. I think it spins too fast, you know what I mean? It's a sprinkler. It doesn't wing dangle, you know what? I'm not. I used the wrong thing. I cannot use the connector. You know what I'm supposed to use? Axis. Of course. Why did I think about it? If I need to buy more axes, which I don't have. Hey. Such a masterpiece, I know. I mean, no one said that this is... Yeah. It's fine. It's all for the Wayne language. I mean, helicopter has like four wind blades, right? You. Yes, this is what I'm looking for. Hell yeah. Look, oh my god, it's so stable. Too much torque on the main part? What's a torque? Wait, they don't fall down. Do I? Whoa! Thank you. The gift step to Ixon. Thank you, thank you. It's super spinner now. I know. Hi, Zuri. Wait. Oh. Oh, I can need a lot more money. Okay, you know what? Let's spam some money. I have the idea. I have huge brain. Serpentine circuit. Up the hill, the long jump, rapid rally. Maybe I can beat Silver with this? It's so stable, look. Too fast, too fast. Oh my god. Fix it. It's okay. We have time. We can bring it back. Hell yeah. Nice. Oh my god, hella nice. Yo, hella nice. Ooh, that's so much money. Okay, let me see if I can beat the connector double. That might work. GG's? Hell yeah, that was good. I wanna see if I can beat this one. 90 kilogram weight? I need that. Tokyo Drift Hole! The spinach is such a power move right here. Whoa! Man, I love my scorable mobile so much. Wait. Hell yeah. Definitely an easy to drive vehicle. I know, right? It's so easy. Sotong. 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 So much spin power. The car spins. I know. We got weight. Wait. I'm going in. Yeah. It still works. It still works. No. Oh, lost control. It's okay. We go through here. What happened? It suddenly turned like that. Oh. Everything's fine. Oh, hell yeah. My car is too bouncy. I mean, if I can control it better, I can win, right? Alright, here we go. Oh. Alright, let's catch up to them. Oh, losing control. I never lose control, that's a lie. It's still fine. Doo-doo-doo. I have money. Parts everywhere. Really reminds me of those old Lego racer games. Lego bricks everywhere. I mean, maybe it's like direct inspiration, because a lot of people seems to like connect this game to the Lego thing, which I never played before, so I have no idea. Easy, easy, okay. Okay. So slowly does it. Okay, okay, we good, we good. What do you mean? What do you mean that all I need to do is to don't press W to win? Well, we did it. Those Lego Racer games are mega ancient by now. Can I just see new bricky build and drive game now? This is I am in love with this because I can build something like this. What's not to like about this? I don't know. It's so good. Wee. Okay, let's go get some upgrade. I had a idea in mind too. Oh yeah, also, did you guys know that I've been listening to Freebird solo for like 1 hour or something like that? I don't know why I suddenly found the music. It's like it's very cool. I like it. Okay, so what I had in mind just now. I need to change this one too. And 4 works. You see, right? You see, right? You see? I'm sure you see it. Might just work. Oh, I don't have a 2. Hell yeah. think this one needs to be longer. I don't think putting weight there is a good idea. Kind of want to put somewhere in the middle where I can evenly distribute the weight. But what I know about evenly distributing weight, huh? The center of mass, it's going to the left. Alright, let's give it a try. Whoa. Oh wait, one of them is like spinning really fast. I need more weight. I need more weight in the front. the spin. See, I can look at the tight turns. Oh my god. This is good. Actually, back to garage real quick. You know what's funny? They say that this is B. This is a B rank car. What the fuck? I don't get it. B class. No fucking way. The sum of power for engine, no matter if or how they're connected to the wheels. Thus, this value only depends on the amount of types and engine included, not on the shape of the gear transmission. Your gear transmission on the mass of your vehicle, it then shows how fast your car can accelerate with the given engine. Total weight and gearing. Oh, is it because my car is too heavy, so the acceleration just never goes up? Helicopter? Indicates how much your vehicle is being slowed down by the air. If you build a flat and small vehicle, the wind resistance will be lower. I mean, is my car not flat for you? I think my car is very flat. It's flat as fuck. You don't don't mind the helicopter. It's fine. Okay, we need money again. We need money again, so we're gonna try this one, Serpentine Circuit. I can already spin. Whoa. I guess I need handbrake for that. have a sneaking suspicion I need a lot more weight to handle what's happening behind this car. Oh my god. Oh shit, I love this game so much, god damn it. Holy shit. It's so hard to control. Oh no. Oh fuck. Yeah, I'm tearing up from this. I don't know why. No. I lose balance so easily. Holy shit. If I press handbrake, it just goes apeshit. Nice and easy. I cannot press handbrake. I just tap it and then oh. Don't worry about it. This is fine. Yeah, go up. Go up. Go up. No, go up. Go up. I just want the money at this point. Let me go up. Yeah. Come on. Oh my god, easy. No problem. This car is like exceptionally good. This is my proudest creation yet. Look at the speed demon of this thing. I'm dead. Oh. This beast is a speed demon. Oh my god, I'm tearing up from this. Oh fuck. It seems like an uphill battle. Yeah, that what happened just now? Yeah, true. Actually, I wanna see, what if I try to build something that's like super normal? Like super duper normal? Right? If I build something that's like as efficient as possible. I mean, not saying that this is not efficient, this is too efficient actually. But if I were to try to make something as simple as possible, like the idea of this one, but eventually I just like cannot help myself and go apeshit once more. I could try again, right? I could try to build something that's like compact and actually efficient. How do I start? We start from... Right, okay. So this is a clean state. What I want to do is to I mean all-wheel drive, right? All-wheel drive is always better. So I need something. Okay. I have an idea. I have the 15, alright. Right, so this is the middle. Right, 15. So I need the beam to face sideways again. Think you need better tires. But my best tire is this one. I haven't unlocked any other tires yet. The most efficient way possible. Yeah. So this will be where the tires are, right? And we're gonna need small gear. And then a large gear here. I actually don't need 5, but it's okay. I actually don't need that. We have the speed, right? So what I'm thinking is all-wheel drive. I've been told that all-wheel drive is like way better. What counts as mega efficient? I actually have no idea. As less things as possible. I guess you can do the same thing for the back here. I don't think we need that long. 60? Like enough. One large gear, one small gear, I guess? Or I could use one is this long enough? It's connected, right? So I just need, let's say, a small gear here, and then a large gear. This is probably a nightmare for someone who's watching, like, who knows what's going on. Are you not connected? There we go. I mean, is this as efficient as I can get, question mark? Whoa, I mean, 100 speed, yeah. I mean, I feel like if I touch anything, the slightest touch is gonna make it like... Oh my god. It's very efficient, alright. Holy shit. Oh, it's so fast I cannot even turn it anymore. So to up, I guess I can try. I guess I can try to drive like safely. During a turn, I can use handbrakes and shit. Oh, it's so fast I cannot even control it anymore. The first time I feel like a handbrake is not working, because my previous car is like I tap a little bit of handbrake and then everything goes apeshit. This one I have to hold the handbrake for it. Look at that. I mean, it sure is mega fast. When this happens, it's just kind of funny. How do I make tight turns with this? Maybe like that? Okay, so I cannot tap too much handbrake. Damn. Ooh. I mean, this is this is as efficient as it can get, right? Like mega speed, mega acceleration, don't care about anything else. And it's A. What the fuck? It got nothing and it's A. I mean, even my Scorpion is like C. Here, let me try something. There's like one that's like mega speed, right? I think it's this one. It's like all speed. You want speed? Here, let me shoot. Sorry. Bare bones. Yeah, keep going back. Yeah, keep going back. Oh, I forgot to switch up the music. I cannot control it. I cannot control it. Oh. I cannot control it. Holy shit. Oh. Oh my goodness. I think it needs weight. Oh yeah, how can I forget about weight? Of course. I'm holding the handbrake. Help. Oh, is it because it's off-road? I just realized. I think it's because it's off-road that the grip is not as good, right? This is crazy. Yo, that was kind of cool. That was not cool. It's so fast. Oh, no grip, no grip. Yeah, I guess don't do that, huh? At least during this part I have to go slow, like really fucking slow. Camera, wait, camera. Let me touch it. Hello? I'm losing control. Okay, there we go. Holy shit, I mean... I don't know... That is cray-cray. Thing needs weight. Yeah, what if I try to add a little bit more weight to it? I mean... two more. Yeah, how about now? Uh-oh. It's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Nope. I mean, yeah, it does control a lot better. Let me try that one again. Like, this one is like a test of speed. Rock and drift? No. Race between rocks, this one. It's like mega speed, so I think mega efficiency is the way to go. The weight one works wonders. Not anymore if I drive like that. New spawn point discovered next to rocks. What did I do? Off-road is a lot harder, I just realized. I didn't even know like there's like a difference between like off-road and actual road and stuff. Oh. Driving on road is a lot easier. Not when this happens again. Okay, so when I touch the sand, it's best to just like really slow down. I still beat my own personal best. Stop, 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 stop. I feel my own Scorpion mobile is like a lot easier to handle. I mean, of course it's a lot easier. It's made with love and care, not this one. This one is just like more, this one is more like a test or something. Suddenly patchwork racing game. Hi Nix. I started playing this one yesterday. Here, Nix, let me show you. I will show you my Scorpion. Look, my Scorpion. I have Scorpion. And then you can drive. It's so good. It's so stable. Look at that. I mean, I just need money to buy more weight. And then it's gonna be okay. Hi, Sandik. Welcome. Okay, you know what, actually? Yeah, let me go put in some weight real quick. How much money? 28? Can I put one weight here? Nice. Kobo optimization engineer? There we go. Do I have 3? I have some. Oh my god, it's perfect. Oh, it's C again. It's almost 2 tons. It's almost 2 tons. It's 1600 kilogram. God, I love this game so much. Oh, there's another... What? Alright, how are we looking at it? It's kind of working. I'm not falling over as much now. Oh my god, wait. The wing dangling is not destroying my car? Oh my god. This is what weight does to people. This is weight does to a vehicle, not people. Oh, this is great. I mean, it's not as fast as the efficiency car, but this one is much better. Mud ball contest? I mean, this one I already got it, right? Yeah, it's the first one. I mean, now it's too heavy. And the car itself is actually kind of slow. But then again, it's more stable now. We might be able to do something with this. We can try the serpentine circuit again. This time we have more weight. We're not gonna fall down too easily. Also, my PC is actively dying playing this game. It's so good. look at that, it's actually so good. What? What happened? I love when I spin and then the engine noises. The engine noises. Woo. Oh, what happened? Oh, good. Look at that. Okay, yeah, no. I mean, I'm still faster than my personal best. My PB. All the physics just like destroying my PC right now. I actually have an idea. I should play this game at 30 FPS. You know, like how I play once human? 30 FPS, believe it or not, actually helps so much with like if I'm struggling with like playing any game. If the game allows me to play at 30 FPS, if it's like too bad, then I think it's actually not bad. I think so far I only played 30 FPS with once human, and that's pretty much it. Oh, I just tapped the handbrake. See, I tapped a little bit of handbrake and it went crazy. Nice. Now I feel like the wang dangle is not enough, right? Like the top part is just wang dangling willy-nilly, which is not what I want. What I want is them to like spin even more. But it's gonna be very hard to make, right? If I'm trying to actively try to make them all spin, maybe the first few part I use X. Yeah, the first few part I use X's, and then the rest I'm gonna use like connector. Maybe they will follow. Yeah, let me try that. Or like just a few parts that uses the connector. Let me see what... Is it gonna be any difference? Oh, wait, there's more spinning now. Yeah, so I guess the top part is gonna be a little bit like using connector to make it rigid. Hi legs. Kobo engineering, yeah. I did something cool. I mean, kind of. I got my scorpion becoming a helicopter soon. So hope you're doing good, Lex. Welcome, welcome. If I can kind of want to make them all like rigid, but everything costs so much. They cost too much too. At least I have a few parts here that's like rigid. Oh, actually, I should probably change these to like. So this one spins everything. So I guess let me try this part into this one. Maybe, right? Maybe. Alright, moment of truth. No, they're just not moving. At least, I think the spin too fast. And then they just like go through the beam. Yeah, it looks like they just go through the beam. Okay, so close to vacation, just 5 quick hours at work and then done. Oh, nice! Hope you had a heckin' good vacation later. Or like 5 hours after. Vacation good. Let me try slowing down the... Why if I slow down the spin? As much as I hate slowing things down, maybe? Here, use this one instead. Oh, I forgot to change it, of course. It still spin too fast. Like, I mean, I wanted to spin fast because I want them to fly, but they cannot handle spinning so fast that they just, like, sort of go through the object. No. Spin. We must have more spin. Yeah. I mean, I even tried using this, the biggest engine possible. I even made space for it. You know. Like, I used the mega engine. They're just jiggling. They are not wang dangling anymore. And Kobo become gear. Oh. It's a spin too strong. The spin is so strong that the axe is just like, why are you going sideways? I can't. Oh, the music doesn't fit. The music is too emo. I don't wanna. What if I listen to Freebird solo for 1 hour? Am I gonna get copyright strike? Yes, definitely. Don't do that. This one. Yeah. Boop G. Boop, 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 boop. One boop for each leg. That is actually so adorable. Oh, okay, what if I play at 30 FPS? Cannot compute? Oh my god. Cannot compute. I can't. If I play at 30 FPS, something weird is going on. So, problem. It feels like that my PC cannot handle high FPS. So if I were to like set everything to like the lowest possible. Okay. Maybe I need... You just use feasting, I guess. Oh my god, the X is just like goes everywhere. Do you see that? I love this game. Oh, we're gonna play like this, yeah. Oh. So oh wow, look at that. I cannot read. It spins this one. It spins. Oh, is it because it cannot spin too much? Because it's like the gear is blocking it. What if I choose like something that's like the exact... Is it 2 or 3? How about this? Oh, I didn't put engine. Can you tell that I'm obsessed with? Can you tell that I'm absolutely obsessed with this game? I think it's pretty obvious, which I'm kind of ashamed of. Okay. It's the I'm able to create weird shit. It's like the best thing ever. Oh. Oh my god, wait, it's working! It is just because the gear is blocking it, that's why it cannot spin. The axis cannot handle it apparently. I mean, yeah. Oh my god, it's actually spinning like crazy. Wait. So now the big engine works now? I finally found a problem? Let me try. It's gonna wang dangle, it's okay. Please work, please work, please work. Oh, the engine is too big, it's blocking it! No, engine is too big. Fine. Yeah, it's blocked by this one. I need this one to be connected to that one, so that's why I cannot... Oh, oh what if I... lower it? Looks promising. Gonna wang dangle, not to be confused with wang jangling. Isaac connoisseur has appeared in chat. Oh my, Isaac? What's that? Alright, Momoto. Please work. I mean, it kind of is working. Go, faster, faster. It's not exactly spinning. I hate it. Oh. Something broke. Yeah, I think this engine is like too fast. As much as I love fast spin, it's it's too fast. It just goes through all the physics. Oh, hi Vori. Welcome. Look, Vori, I have my Scorpion Mobile. I love my Scorpion Mobile. Okay, let me just like fix this one. There, I guess this is good enough. It's not the best, but I'll take it. I think it's just like this one and then the rest put as connector is the way to go. I mean, I don't want them to wang dangle too much. Or maybe like the last one put as... Oh no. Oh no. Oh, oh no. I just realized I can do this. Look at that. It's it went from B to D. I love this game. Hey you. Hope you're doing good, Furry. I may or may not have the book. Which book? Oh, I forgot to change the... I forgot to change the keybind. This one. I guess I do need to change all of these then. Are you Sexton? The channel You Suck at Cooking made a book and I may not have... Oh, you suck at cooking! But they don't suck though, they make some good stuff, I feel like. At least better than I do. Just wanna get better at cooking? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Alright, looks good. Oh, it's under control. I can control them. There might be too much wang dangling. There might be a little bit too much wang dangage. You know, if I don't make this, if I don't make the wang dangle too much, I might be able to win something. I want the wang dangling. I could reduce some. Okay. Let's take off the engine for now. Okay, I'm gonna reduce some. As much as I hate it. Oh, you know what? How much money do I have? 47. Yeah, you know what? Let's redo all these. Start from... here, okay. And then this one... yeah, this one and that one. Oh, they're so expensive. I was like, I want to keep it simple, but I don't have enough money for it. I guess an 11 will have to do for now. Yeah. Just keep it like this for now, okay? Oh, it's back to C, okay. Right. Why are you doing that? Are you not supposed to spin? It's so stupid. You were supposed to spin. Is it because it's spinning too fast? Oh, hi, my friend. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm enjoying building some things. What if I make the spin slower? Is it gonna work? I hope. I mean, it's not the best, but fine, I guess. I guess I cannot spin too fast. Why is this why is the spin so like not the same? Oh my god. Okay, so I have an idea. I know I'm using a lot of I'm using a lot of tire. Okay, how much do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 wheels. I need to change all 10 of them into this one. And each of these costs 65. Time to farm a little bit. Alright, let's do it. Nice, I finally caught you on stream. Nice. I mean, I'm glad you can catch up to one of my streams too. Hell yeah. It's great, but it's never forced. Looks like it's almost spinning. True. Currently in a bus ride going to visit my girlfriend and help her finish her first today and tomorrow for a fair event. Nice. And good luck with the suit making. And also have fun with the fairy event tomorrow. Okay, I got gold on this. Got gold on this. Got gold on this. This one I just really cannot get gold. Alright, here we go. I'm already breaking before this race even starts. Hell yeah. Fly. I mean, that works. Something fell off. Maybe I don't need that much weight now. Yeah, the weight fucks me up sometimes. I think I can remove all the weight since I already removed most of the stuff at the back. Yeah, I can try that. We start by removing all the weight. At least we got some money. Love this vehicle. Thank you. It's a bowling event and it's pretty cool. I never went to a bowling event. Or should I say there's none around here? I feel like those airships in Star Wars where they did those races, maybe more traction. I mean, I'm already using all the tires I can get. I think I can remove all the weight first and see how it feels like. Or maybe like one weight. How about that? Like one weight in the middle. The heaviest one. There. We're gonna straight go for the money. Rocket drift. Because I feel like my car is like so slow because it's too heavy. Oh, nope. I need more weight. I need more weight. Definitely need more weight. Help. Oh god. Oh, it's out of control. Oh no, oh no. I can hardly control my car, holy shit. Oh my god, hell yeah. Oh my god, hell yeah. Oh, you did. Is my left side or right side too heavy? Because turning right is like so easy. I have to like constantly go left, which is kind of funny. Nice. Ooh, actually pretty stable here. Maybe I should probably put more weight on the right side. And only on the right side. Nice. Money? Kobo get Chinese? I need more shiny. They don't give me a little shiny, I'm so upset. Okay. Maybe don't remove all of them. I'm gonna put some of them. Yeah, don't remove all of them. right? Part of the problem would be missing a back right wheel. Oh, were they gone this entire time? I didn't even notice. The acceleration is like so mega slow. I mean, I know why it's mega slow. It's like because because the car is too heavy. How heavy, you might ask? About a ton. Oh, it's getting dark. Give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights. I'm back. They will cause a drift, okay. I'm going to be eeping in a bus. Got 2 hours and a lot of minutes of ride ahead of me. Have a good eepy, Mafra. Have good eepy. Eepy good. I need to eat. You see, I want to sleep early, but I want to catch Laveau stream too. And Laveau streams at 1 AM my time. So every time Laveau streams, I would just be like, oh my god, dragon! And then I'm gonna go eat because I need to sleep. Gosh, I love Laveau's energy, honestly. Oh, it's back at B. Oh, it's C again. Alright, let's try again. Rocket drift. Hi, bag. Hi, legs. I'm Mick. All the traffic cones. Oh no, not the weight again. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Too much. Ay. Ay. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be stuck here. No, climb. Don't give up, climb. Damn it. Come on. Oh, the weight in the middle. It's the weight in the middle. Maybe I should be putting weight like that. Whoa! Wait, I'm flying? See, you see what I mean? The right side is so like so sensitive. Where's the? Oh, there it is. Oh wait, maybe I need, because I go right side so easily. Does that mean that I need to have more weight on the left? Is it? I don't really get it? Question mark? What if you use a collector instead? Yeah, this weight here is like fucking me up. Let's try something. There. More weight in the front? You think? Oh. So maybe don't do this? Yeah, it's just way faster if I remove those. I honestly don't understand how they work, but hey, I trust the graph. Nice. Center of mass is now more to the front. We probably need more. I feel like we need more. Oh, maybe not. You know what? No. We don't need more. I think it's fine. Like, we don't need this, actually. Yeah. I'm gonna change it back to like a... this one? Yeah. And then... Well, why am I flying? Oh! What's going on? I don't know. We add like a small weight here, I guess? Expect to see 1300, 1.3 ton. I'll get that by. Okay. Wait, whoa! Oh! What happened? What? What the fuck? It's working! Yo! Oh my god! It suddenly worked! What the wait? Why did this? Oh shit. Okay, wait, shoot. I can't breathe. Yo. How the fuck did it work suddenly? Oh. Wait, I'm actually flying. Holy shit. Wait. If I... Oh. I'm stuck. Mom, I'm stuck. Mom. I pressed delete, nothing's happening. Whoa! Breathe. Oh shit. I haven't, oh my god, I haven't laughed this hard in a while. Oh shit. How did this suddenly work? Oh, like I've been trying to do this for like 6 hours. And suddenly just decide to work. Oh fuck. So now if I change to a better engine, is it gonna work? I mean, it's probably gonna make it not work anymore. So I'm probably gonna like clip that magical moment. Alright, let's change to this one. It's a little bit stronger, right? It is about 6 horsepower difference. So we'll see. Yeah? Oh, I've got to change it. I was almost disappointed. And then I realized I didn't change the key. There's still a chance. Kobo magic, hell yeah. Oh my god! Yes! Oh! I'm flying! He's actually flying! I did it! Oh my god, we did it finally! I can drive. And then... I can't. Oh my god, it's so good. I kept the stream up because I love the company. Oh, appreciate that, my friend. I'll try not to be too loud, but still. now that we know it's working, we have some money, right? We need another 15. Which one is not 15? Okay, you are not 15. This one. And then probably add one more. And 45. Remove the weights. Oh, I didn't think about that. I added another wing blade instead. Wait, let me upgrade it. All right, this is like a dream come true. Finally, Kobo engineering made a breakthrough. Alright, please work, please work. I pray, I pray. It's not working anymore. What happened? It only worked for like a split second and then it just doesn't work anymore. Yes! Oh my god! Yo! Holy shit! I mean, it kind of works, right? I'm not doing anything. We did it! We finally did it! I mean, it doesn't. Oh shit! Do you see that? the RPM meter, the needle went over 9. Check that out. It went over 9 just now. Why is this so funny to me? Was that 100 km/h? So I can only spin left but not right. Okay, right doesn't work somehow. What the fuck? Right doesn't work. It's so good. Okay, let me try removing the weight. All the weights gone. Okay, no more weight. Help! Oh, oh shit! Oh man, this is the best game. Oh my god, this is the best game ever. No contest, no notes. Holy shit, baby. Actually, Beyblade. Oh my god, wait, it went through 200 kmh? 300, 300, 300? Yo, can I break the game like this? I've been brought back. I can't. Oh shit. Oh fuck, everything hurts. Over 500. Yeah, at least I can drive normally. Until... Until... Okay. Oh, holy shit. Oh my god. I just tapped it. On the minimap. Oh my god. Oh, I think it worked because I changed to... Didn't I change to the connector for the hinge? I think it's because of that it worked. So if I change... Yeah, I think I changed this one to connector and then it works. So I can actually change these to axes for funsies to see if they wank dangle even more. I mean, they probably would. I only changed the last one. I love games like this. I can express my creativity and still win the game somehow. Alright. Oh, look at that wing dangling. I like that. The game almost crashed when I pressed A. I mean, I love that wang danglage. So, right doesn't work. Right just kind of make me fly like this. But left will make me go crazy. Oh my god. I gotta... Ooh, I gotta vomit. Oh, motion sickness, okay. At least I'm flying. Hell yeah. Initiate flight? I mean, to be fair, I feel like A flying vehicle like this is only manageable by a Kobo, you know? Only a Kobo can make something like this. Like, oh, I want to make something that can fly. And then only a Kobo can make it into this chaotic of a beast. That's why we love Kobo engineering. Alright, let me see what else I can do. I wanted to unlock more parts. I mean, I'll save this for now, right? I have this one, which I feel like I can win almost anything if I were to like drive carefully. This is like the most efficient car out there, at least the one that I made, right? And it doesn't break the game too, and the game runs very smoothly with this. You see the game is running as smooth as fuck, 60 FPS? Yeah, because there's not like 10,000 blocks in one thing. Initiate Kobo flight pattern. Yep. Over. Yep. Let me see if we can earn money with this. Oh my god, my stomach hurts from laughing too much. Serpentine circuit. I think I tried that one, right? What else can I try to make it better? Changing tires, probably? More tires? Wait, more tires? Wait, more tires! Of course! Well. This is... I think that's 4, so we need 5. There. Maybe that's not a good idea, is it? I mean, nothing changed, really. Oh my god, it's A! Become millipede? More tires? The image of Kobo with 50 feet popped into my head and I'm not sure how. Wait, I mean, Kobo feet is fine, but human feet? Probably not. Something about the wheels are a little bit fucky, don't you think? Something's wrong with the wheels. Yeah, don't put that one. Oh yeah, I need to do... I have 2 get that dice. I forgot. Jade redeem one. Oops. I was too obsessed with making cars. I'm sorry. Also, hi Roxas. It feels a lot better, honestly. Yeah, it does feel a lot better. Stretch that foam, moisturized. Okay. I guess I can do the get that die before I end the stream. I'll make sure to remember this. Oh my god, the bite. Okay, let me try to get the gold medal on something. Let's try this one. Yeah, that's right. Keep going back, keep going back. I gotta keep doing this. I actually don't know how drifting works. Kita. More get worse too later? Woohoo! Yeah, it's always this part I forgot. Yeah, off-road I cannot go fast. It's really hard to control at the... Oh, yay! Oh, new record? Oh, Roxas. Look at this, Roxas. I've made a helicopter. I wonder if it still works. Oh yeah, it totally does. Helicopter. It's so good. Whoa. Feels like I might break the game. Can I make this game crash? There's a constant drop frames, I feel like. Do you like my helicopter? Oh Jesus, what the fuck? I didn't know I'm playing a horror game. Are we actually flying at the sky now? Oh god. What? Oh, are we falling? Oh. Yeah, we might be falling. Hmm. Oh, fuck. Can't believe I actually made a functioning with the biggest quotation mark ever. Functioning helicopter. Oh, I got bumped. I mean, I'm sure someone else playing this game has made this, right? Like 200% they did. Oh boy. Why is it just left? Right cannot fly, but left just goes crazy. Oh shit! What the fuck? Oh wow! It happened again. I mean, yeah. Welcome to Kobo Airline. You might have a few fractured bones, but oh shit! Oh my god! What the fuck is happening? Ow! Oh my god! It's so fucking loud. 1,000 km, 2,000. Oh, I got brought back. That was so fucking loud. My ears hurt. I don't know what happened. I love when I pressed A and then the game just froze. And I said, it's happening again. It's trying to calculate physics, I think. Yeah, we love helicopter. We love Kobo Airlines. It's definitely very safe, I'm telling you. Oh. I got brought back again. Yeah, okay, we actually made a fucking helicopter. Can't believe it. Well, I mean, as much as I want to play more, it's 7:16. Oh yeah, let me save this one as. I need to change the name. Hey, yip, hey, yip, cop. Hey, yip, copter, yip. Hey, yip, copter, yip. We found it. Class B class. I would think it's S class actually. Like, I beg to differ. It might be. It might actually be S class. So much fun. Holy shit. I'm sure that, yeah, there's like a tons of stuff that you can have. A car waiting at least 350. So, for a car to wait a ton is not normal for this game? From what I can gather. Oh, nope, 700. Power only rear wheels. Build suspension street small parts. Game brought in the long jump or tower dive with 14 gears. I cannot read that. Downforce wing. Only rear wheel. Game brought in break the car or serpentine circuit with all wheels. I get gear corner. Game brought in up the hill or climb up the hill. Oh. I don't know if I'll play this tomorrow, to be honest. I think tomorrow I kinda want to start playing... what's the game? Shit. Wait, I bought the game like long time ago. Well, not long time ago, not long time ago, but a few weeks back, I think. I forgot the name. Let me check my Steam playlist. Oh, Steam library. I mean, everything here looks so advanced. I think you have me. Oh yeah, Signalis. There it is. I'm kinda want to try out this game because, you know, people saying that a lot of people have been telling me that this game is like heckin' amazing. So maybe I'll start out Signalis tomorrow. Probably. Yeah, let me go here. Signalis. Become big. My friend played that, it's very good, yes. It looks like a horror game though, is it? It's kinda spooky. Okay, also I should do some walkout real quick. I'll put it on my face. No, I don't wanna. I'll put it here. Yo, hi Tikaka. Hello. It's very good. Yeah, let's play some Signalis tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday. Hello Tikaka. Hope you're doing good. Oh yeah, I should do this real quick. Walk out. Right, I'll still be here. Eh. You said my chair's broken sometimes. My god. Kobo ever played Vampire Survivors? Yeah. I unlocked the dragon character and that's pretty much it. didn't play as much afterwards. What's a walkout? Walkout is where you do things and then you switch. Yeah, that's walkout, I think. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you. Can I play more than? I mean, I kind of cheated. I cheated my way to get the dragon character, kind of. Oh, 3 sets? Okay. You got it. Thanks for pet. Okay. Oh my god, it burns! No. You can let us break, Kobo. I'm staring at you now. I'm gonna stare into your shoulder. Like how we break Salo with exercise. Salo is fit, I feel like. I'm not. I'm so chunky. Yeah, Salo's crazy. Crazy good. It's only 150 sit-up. I'll die. I can barely do 30. You want me to do 150? Right, that's it. Ooh, okay. My leg hurts. Ow. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Oh. Ah. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh. Oh boy. I just need to catch my breath. I just learned how to do sit-ups in the recent year, but now I can do 30. Only slightly struggling. That's honestly pretty good. I don't know if I can do 30 sit-ups. Even if I like separate them 10 by 10, I feel like. There's no way I can do 30 in a row. I'm still... Gonna go work, have good time, Kobo. Thank you. Good luck with work, Lex. I appreciate the crab work redeem. I feel that's worse. I don't know what that is. You want me to like walk sideways? Oh my god. Yeah, it's a little bit of a bye my legs as well. My leg says bye bye. Walk side. Why would I want to walk sideways? Also, I'm gonna find a right target real quick. Oh my god. In a crouching position? Oh god, in a crouching position. Wait, no, that hurts. Then no way. No. Oh, there's like... Oh, there's merp and also metal. And Jester and Umi and Dancy and Lethri and Coffee. Oh. Do it for 5 minutes? No fucking way. The scuttle. What I do to sneak treats when no one's looking? The scuttle. I'm still trying to... Man, I'm low. I told you I'm too chunky. But then again, doing this more is also really good. I don't know if I want to... I don't really get a chance to rate mental. Also, I'm kinda glad that today I'm not as unhinged. Yeah, I mean... I guess I just kinda want to share a little bit. You know, these days, remember when I said that I found someone that I can be a bit of a M and P relationship? I don't want to say that out loud. Those who knows, right? Need lewd? Not explicitly lewd, I guess. I don't want that. Why would I want that? Right, but recently I've been told that I need to stay in a certain cage, so yeah, I mean I'm just glad that today I'm not as unhinged. I also need to keep myself in check as well, you know. I know what you mean. Good. Those who knows, those who don't know, okay, good. To explain, I said good. I don't need to explain. I think I can know to rate metal. Since I don't really get a chance to rate merp as much, I don't really get a chance to rate metal as much. It's hinges anyway. I mean, kind of true. It's not like I just want to avoid because it's not your main king. Then why would I want to explain it then? No. I wanna rate metal. Let's rate metal. Metal is also a cute kobold. I mean, kobolds are cute. Hey. I like kobolds. Kobolds are great. No. Oh. Thank you, Becky. Also, hi. Thank you. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go get some food as well. Kobold understands sarcasm. I'm so straightforward. How am I supposed to understand sarcasm? Okay, we're gonna rate metal. So, sarcasm is tasty. I mean, I guess I can try to eat them. I kind of want to like bite them. Bite them. Literally your number one thing. It's not mine. You can expect me to know about sarcasm. I don't know. Don't know you. More like I don't know your sarcasm. Yeah. Oh, he's playing War Thunder. Oh, thank you, Will. You're the cutest no matter what. But Tikaka is also cute though. I mean, the kobolds out there are also very cute. Yeah, see, look at this. Look at this Roxas. I can bully. Bully. Alright, let me summon Bernie real quick. Hey, Bernie. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. It didn't show up though. Why did it not show up? It should show up to my coffee, but it's okay. I'm cute like a misprinted animal cookie. Eh? Not discussing my favorite kink with me? I don't know. I don't even know what your favorite king is. But I feel like if we were to discuss kings, and they just probably just gonna like laugh. Like I feel like I feel like you will laugh so much. It's kind of funny. Maybe. Tail, wait, tail. And then beans. More. Oh, wait. Beans? Mega beans? Oh, Leap Motion can track so far. That far? That's kind of crazy. Bean. I'm going to be depressed. Hiya. See, you want to talk or not long? Then if you want to talk, I talk with you long. Nah. Big Jang. We love a bit of a Big Jang sometimes. Let me try if this code works. You never talk? I mean, I talk in PM. I just don't know. I don't know if you talk about those a lot. I mean, I guess you do now. I guess we can talk a little bit if you want. You know, about the king. Like, its pants on fire. Careful, don't get your pants on fire. I got lasagna. Oh, is that lasagna? Lasagna? Or lasagna, I think I heard someone said. I actually never know what lasagna tastes like. I don't think it's a thing in Miri. Yeah, I don't think I've seen lasagna before in Miri. Can get pens on fire if you got no pens. Oh yeah, that's true, and that too. I mean, look at me. I have no pens. See, I'm El Natural. I'm El Natural. Pasta and cheese and meat numb. Oh, lasagna is tasty. Oh, pasta and cheese and meat sounds so good. Oh, maybe I could find some, or maybe I could make my own? Question mark. Probably. I don't know. But yeah, the Discord didn't work, right? It's okay. All the links are down there if you want to check it out. But also, if you check down there below my channel, below my stream, below the About Me section, you might realize one new panel over there that I just put in last night. There's a panel called Tsunabi. I'm collabing with Tsunabi now. Remember when I talk about my sister's business? Yeah, I'm a collaborator now. So if you buy with my link and my code, you get a 5% off from the product. And if you buy more than $60 worth of items, you get like a free shipping. So yeah, Tsunabi. Let me show you something. It's here. This one. I'm collabing with Tsunabi. And then if you click this link, you redirect you to here, right? I mean they sell keycaps. Oh my god, purple! Right, something like that. They sell keycaps. They don't sell. To my knowledge, they don't sell keyboards. They only sell keycaps like these. Yeah, something like that. My keyboard is like super old, so I'm not really changing like custom keycaps. But one of my sisters is using their product, and she says that it's not bad. That's like what I can give. I tried. Okay, I'm gonna be extremely honest here. I don't really look into much about like keyboards or mouse. To me personally, I feel like if I can use it, it's great, right? But that's me personally. There are people out there who likes to like decorate their stuff, decorate their keyboards, or even like get a fancy mouse or some shit. But over here, we only have keycaps. So yeah. Why is there keycap tips? I actually never visit this website as much. Keycap profiles and materials. Oh my god, are these real? You just never used good stuff before? Why use good stuff when the bad stuff is already good enough? I can play Clone Hero with my current keyboard, so it's good enough. Right? Pudding? I actually don't know what does these all mean. But they're always better. I mean, I'd rather save money to buy things that I want. Like I'm gonna save money to go to the convention. Yeah. But yeah, I'm collabing with Tsunabi. If you use my code during checkout, all caps Tiura05. Oh sorry, Tiura05. That's my code. You get a 5% off. Right? It's a bit of a collab between me and my sister. So yeah. I mean, I hope you guys don't mind me. I'm just gonna like promote my stuff towards the end of the stream. I mean, it's what I always do. So yeah. Oh wait, let me get the Streamlabs. Let me get the Cloudbot working again. I feel like sometimes Cloudbot just like, oh, I'm gonna turn off now. Bye bye. Sometimes Cloudbot just does that. It's kind of weird. Where you get Lost Castle 2? What? There's Lost Castle 2? I played 1, I don't like it. Wait, Cloudball is on though. And it's active now. But 2 looks good. Probably. But then again, I can hardly buy any games these days. It's kinda hard. Like I need to save a lot of money, right? Hey, maybe in the far future, or maybe some days I can buy some games. I don't know. But these days I'll avoid, unless it's Monster Hunter Wilds, right? That's a different story. But other than that, I gonna have like a set, a money that's like set to buy Monster Hunter Wilds. I thought you can pre-order soon, or am I wrong? I'm probably very wrong. Is it even on Steam anymore? Wait, it is already on Steam. Oh, I already wishlisted it. I don't know. But if it's next year, then yeah, good. Have a look at all the weapons. I look at all the weapons and they all look fun. Still not a big fan of like bowgun and heavy bowgun anyway. I don't play ranged weapon, but I love bow though. Anyway, let me try the. Alright, do you work now? The Cloudball? There we go. It's working now. Alright, that's a great message. Yeah, I'm gonna type in the rate to metal real quick. We're gonna raid Merp next time if we can, definitely. Metal Kobold. I just don't like using stuff like ammo. Hope Gunlets be good. Oh, Gunlets is like fucking cracked.
Ababab, Bola Bopa, Ahahaha, Bawahaha VMAPPP, Bopa Bakraka.
Akakaka. Ababababa. Awawawawa. Awawa yip. Oh my god, it breathed. Akaka. Akaka. Hi, breathe. We're gonna raid out to metal. I'm gonna go get food. I'm hungry. But hi, hope you're doing good. Go eat, I will. Food good, I want. I'm hungry. Get food? I'm gonna go get food. Do I have the rate message on? I think I do. Okay, yeah, okay. So I already typed in the rate. I'm gonna rate. Tomorrow I'm gonna be playing what's the name again? Signalis. Yeah, I'm gonna start playing Signalis. People telling me that the game is so fucking good. I was like, ooh, why not? Give it a try. So yeah, tomorrow Signalis. 99 Roxas. Signalis is great. More. Then yeah, I'm gonna try that tomorrow then. I mean, I will still play Screwdriver from time to time, I guess. I mean, I already made a helicopter. I made a functioning helicopter. Functioning with the biggest quotation mark possible. With a message of what? Of what? What do you mean? I type it away. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves you. Yeah. Here comes the raid to metal. You know what I mean? I don't know what you mean, that's why I asked. What do you mean I know what you mean? If I know what you mean, I'm not gonna ask, do I? Thanks for stream, of course. Thanks for being here. We're gonna ask for uppies. Sad? I'm the one that's supposed to be sad. I don't know what you mean. No bully kobolds with autism as a built-in feature? Oh yeah. I have undiagnosed autism, and I suspect that I have a bit of an ADHD at least. I don't know. It's undiagnosed, so don't take my word for it. Maybe I don't have them. Your special something? Oh, you want to talk about kings, is it? I mean, I guess I can... Yeah, why not? Yeah. I assume that means my king. I don't know what you... Wait, oh, that's him? Tomorrow signal is... Yeah. So, before I suddenly don't know how to talk. But take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Smooches. Bye. Bye. Take care. Bye. Bye.